Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki jai. Prem Sikha Hosi Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasati Shri Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopinath Shamakund Radha Kund Giri Govardhana ki jai. Vrindavan Dham ki jai. Navadvip Dham ki jai. Ganga Jamuna ki jai. Brihat Ganga ki jai. Sankirtan Yagya ki jai. Nam Bhajan ki jai. Grantaraj Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai. Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Sudarshan Chakra ki jai. Nrsimhadev Bhagavan ki jai. Rupanuga Guru Vargya ki jai. Anantakota Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai. Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bo. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhavyevacha Patitanam Pavnabhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namaha. Okay.
So for those of you who have your songbooks, in the yellow book, it's page 264. We can sing Sri Sad Goswami Ashtakam together.
Wow, beautiful.
Namo Vishnupadaya Radhikaya Priyatmane Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Narayana Namine Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Bhayevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasati Gaura Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Kirtana Gana Natana Paro Premam Nityam Boniti Dhira Dhira Jana Priya Priya Karo Nimatsara Pujito Shri Chaitanya Kripa Bhara Bhuvi Bhuva Bhara Vahantarako Vande Rupa Sanatana Raghuyuga Shri Jiva Gopalako Nana Shastra Vicharanai Nipuna Sadharma Samstapaka Lokanam Hitakarino Tribhuvane Manya Sharanyakara Radha Krishna Padara Vinda Bhajana Nandena Mataliko Vande Rupa Sanatana Raghuyuga Shri Jiva Gopalako Shri Gauranga Gunanubala Navida Shraddha Samridanvita Papa Tapani Krintano Tanobrita Govinda Ganamrita Anandam Buddhivardhanai Kanipuna Kaivalya Nishtarako Vande Rupa Sanatana Raghuyuga Shri Jiva Gopalako Yaktva Turnamashesha Mandalapati Shrenim Sadatu Chava Bhutvadina Ganeshaka Karunaya Gopina Kanta Shrita Gopi Bhavara Samrita Gilahari Kalola Magna Moho Vande Rupa Sanatana Raghuyuga Jiva Gopalaka Pujat Kokila Hamsara Saganake Nene Nyayora Kule Nana Ratna Nibhada Mula Vitapa Shri Yukta Vrindavane Radha Krishna Mahanisham Prabhajato Jivatadaya Muda Vanya Rupa Sanatana Raghuyugo Shri Jiva Gopalaka Sankhya Purvaka Nama Gana Natibhi Kalavasani Krita Nidrahara Vihara Kadi Vijita Chatyanta Dina Chaya Radha Krishna Gunasmite Madhurima Nandena Sammohita Vanya Rupa Sanatana Raghuyuga Shri Jiva Gopalaka Radha Kunda Tate Kalinda Tanaya Tire Chavam Sivate Preman Madhava Sada Shesha Dasaya Grasta Pramata Sada Gayanto Chakada Hare Gunavara Bhava Vibhuta Muda Vanne Rupa Sanatana Raghuyuga Shri Jiva Gopalaka He Radhe Braj Devi Ke Chalalite He Nanda Suna Puta Shri Govardhana Kalpapada Patale Kalindi Vanye Kuta Gosanta Viti Sarvata Brajapure Kedhai Mahavivala Vanye Rupa Sanatana Raghuyuga Shri Jiva Gopalaka Vanye Rupa Sanatana Raghuyuga Shri Jiva Gopalaka Jai Rupa Sanatan Jaya Rupa Sanatan Rupa Sanatan Jaya Rupa Sanatan Jaya Raghunatha Das Jaya Raghunatha Bha Jaya Raghunatha Das Jaya Raghunatha Bha Jai Shri Jiva Gopal Bhatta Das Goswami Shri Jiva Gopal Bhatta Das Goswami Shri Jiva Goswami Srila Jiva Goswami Jiva Goswami Srila Jiva Goswami Gurudev 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Nitai Gaura Hariva 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 Gaura Hariva Nitai Gaura Hariva 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 Nitai Gaura Premanandi Hari Hariva.
Thank you, Radhika Dede. As always, sounds so beautiful. I'll just Om Gyanatimirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurumritam Yana Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Namo Vishnupadaya Radhikaye Priyatmane Shishimad Bhaktivedanta Narayani Tinamine Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Shishimad Bhaktivedanta Nara Swami Tinamine. There you go. I'm thinking I've got them twice, non-different from each other. First of all, I'd like to offer my humble obeisances at the lotus feet of my Guru Padma Nitya Lila Pravishta Om Vishnupada Stotra Sata Shishimad Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj, and at the same time offer my humble obeisances at the lotus feet of Nityalila Pravishta Om Vishnupad Stotra Sata Shishimad Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada, all the Vaishnavas, all the Sannyas Vrindas, and everyone that has joined here and will be listening later, and all the Vaishnavas past, present, and future. I would just like to welcome everyone and thank everyone for joining this wonderful Zoom. Unfortunately for you all, you've got me as your host today. So I'm just gonna just introduce our first speaker. Those that don't know him should know him, and those that do know him very well. He is very amazing. And for me personally, he is someone that I really inspire to be. And I'm just going to stop there because I'm going to embarrass myself and probably him. So I will just hand you over to our first speaker, none other than Bhaktivedanta Tridandi Maharaji.
Jai Yashodhari, Jai Yashodhari. Well, I'm glad you stopped where you did, but even that was excessive. But thank you very much for your most warm welcome. And I'm so happy to be with you all today in England again. It's very wonderful. It's quite a changing climate coming from here to England, but I can probably cope with it. Anyway, it's wonderful to see all your shining faces there. So I'd like to offer my Dandavat pranams to my most beloved Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj, and the same again, millions of times, to the lotus feet of our most beloved Nitya Lila Pravishta Om Astotarasra Shishimad Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj, and to all our Rupanuga Guru Vargya on this most auspicious day of celebrating the Avirbhav of Srila Jiva Goswami Pad and the appearance of Vamana Dev today. So this is what we're celebrating. Actually, every day for the devotees is a celebration, but we've chosen this particular day to celebrate these particular personalities. Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Maharaj, he's told us conclusively, if we don't celebrate these appearance days with great honor and reverence, it's tantamount to being an aparad. So this was a wonderful lesson that we all got from him personally. I had never heard it described in such a way as he described it. So we always take very great care now to honor all these personalities, and we're so blessed with having so many of them to glorify. But our time is limited. How much time do I have, by the way? Yashoda, can you tell me what is my time frame here?
You have half an hour.
Half an hour. Wow. Okay. Okay. So in my time, that's about 5:15. Okay, I'll run through till then. So first of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to Radhika Dasi and Yashodanandan Prabhu and Yashodadari for arranging this Zoom meeting. I'm sure it's not a simple, just falls off the tree type of effort that they've made. It requires a lot of lining up with all different people and so on. So I'm just expressing my gratitude to them for arranging this.
And Ramananda.
Oh, and Ramananda Prabhu. Yes, very wonderful. And I'm expressing all my gratitude for all of you who are participating in this festival too, because you have to make time in your busy schedules, etc., to be here. So all in all, I'm grateful for this opportunity to glorify Srila Vamana Maharaj Srila Vamana Dev, I'm sorry, and our beloved Srila Jiva Goswami. So I'd like to first of all just say a few words about Vamana Dev, because I'm sure the other speakers will open out the whole pastime, which we're all very familiar with. He manifested in the world from the womb of Aditi, the first wife of Indradev, of Kashyapa Muni, sorry. Therefore, he's the younger brother of Indradev, Upendra, he's called sometimes, Vamana Dev. And he came to the Yagya stali of Bali Maharaj, who was conducting a huge sacrifice, a yagya, because he wanted to actually encompass and take over more than simply just Swaga and the lower regions. He was actually had his sights on Tapaloka, Mahaloka, etc., in the higher planetary system. So he was trying to attain entrance into there also. And then Bali Maharaj, we know the pastime, he appeared as a very effulgent little dwarf, very beautiful personality, so beautiful that the daughter of Bali Maharaj wanted to have him as her child, Ratnavali. She wanted to have Vamana Dev as her child when she first saw him. And then Vamana Dev, he very humbly is asked by Bali Maharaj, let me give you some donation, some dakshin for blessing us with your presence in this yagya, because they could recognize his effulgence. And he simply requested 3 steps of land. And Bali Maharaj was rather taken aback by such a small request, but nevertheless, he eventually gave Vamana Dev that benediction of 3 paces of land, even though his guru, Maharaj Sukracharya, had warned him, this is not just a simple brahmachari. This is the Supreme Lord, and he will take all your wealth away from you, all your kingdom away. So this is very wonderful to appreciate, because Bali Maharaj knew in advance that he was going to lose his whole kingdom. And because he knew this was in fact Sri Krishna, he wholeheartedly took this opportunity to surrender to him. Bali Maharaj is one of the Mahajans, so he was well versed in all the scripture, etc. So he was happy to demonstrate ultimately his full Sharanagat. And then when Vamana Dev expanded himself, and with the first step, he took all Swaga and the lower planetary systems, and his second step, he scratched the edge of the universe, allowing Ganga Devi to descend into this world. So this is the point that I just want to pick up on today, because I know all the others are going to speak more of this pastime, but this descent of Ganga Devi is something we can celebrate today, because Ganga Devi is so prominent in this land of Bharatvarsh, in this land of India, for its purifying properties and its sustenance, its life-giving sustenance to this continent of India. So when he scratched the outer covering, Ganga Devi is manifesting from the causal ocean, where Mahavishnu is reclining on Anantashesh. And it's described that the towering mighty waves of that ocean are churned by the brilliance of the effulgence coming from the Brahmajyoti. They are churning these waves. So there's a very magnificent description of this in the 10th canto, when Krishna and Arjuna go to retrieve the stolen sons from Mahavishnu. And this description is there, how he's lying, reclining in a palace within the ocean. So this causal ocean, which has surrounded Mahavishnu, comes through and washes the foot of Vamana Dev as it comes through, as it pours into this world. And then it remains in the higher planetary systems until ultimately Bhagirat Maharaj is able to call Ganga Devi down to this world. So there's a beautiful pastime that we hear every year on Parikrama, how King Saga Maharaj was performing a yagya, and Indradev became envious of the opulence of that yagya, and he stole the horse. And Saga Maharaj's 60,000 sons, they go searching for that horse, and they find the horse in the ashram of Kapila Dev. And Kapila Dev is just sitting very quietly, and the horse is grazing quietly beside him. But the 60,000 sons of Saga Maharaj, who had been searching extensively for this horse, then they feel that Kapila Dev has stolen the horse intentionally, and they attack very aggressively Kapila Dev. And Kapila Dev, it's described, he doesn't actually do anything, but the fire of their sinful intention of these 60,000 sons incinerates all of them individually. So there's these little piles of ashes of 60,000 sons remaining. And then Ansuman, who is the grandson of Saga Maharaj, he goes searching for his elder uncles, and he eventually comes to the ashram of Kapila Dev, and he speaks very nicely to Kapila Dev. So he satisfies him, and Kapila Dev says, if you want your uncles, these 60,000 sons of your grandfather, to be purified, then you must bring Mother Ganga here. So he goes back and tells Saga Maharaj, who attempts to bring Ganga Devi, and he fails. And then Ansuman, in the remaining years of his life, tries to bring Ganga Devi, but he fails also. And Ansuman's son, Dilip Saga, also tries, but he fails. But then the final personality is coming from Ansuman. It's Ansuman's grandson, is Bhagirat. And Bhagirat, from the very beginning of his life, begins to perform tapasya to invoke Ganga Devi. So, but all of this is because of Vamana Dev's scratching the edge of the universe and allowing Ganga Devi to enter. So this is a very significant pastime of Vamana Dev, besides the other pastimes of purifying Bali Maharaj, of placing his third foot on his head, etc. But we will hear these pastimes, I'm sure, today from others. So I'm just briefly touching on this one aspect of the descent of Mother Ganga. And then Mother Ganga intimated to Bhagirat, well, I can't come onto the earth because my force is going to be too strong, and Mother Earth will plummet into the Garbhodak ocean. So you must petition Shivji to carry the weight of my descent, and only then can I come into the world. So Bhagirat performs austerities, Shivji agrees, and then Mother Ganga, she comes onto the head of Bhagirat, on the head of Shivji, and she plays within the dreadlocks, the jati locks of Shivji for some time, and then she separates into 4 different streams, north, south, east, and west, and then one of those streams comes out as Mother Ganga, and then Bhagirat, he races ahead, directing Mother Ganga to the ashram of Kapila Dev. And on the way, Janak Maharaj, he becomes disturbed by that. He drinks the whole Ganga, and then Bhagirat has to petition Janak Maharaj, and then Janak Maharaj, he cuts his thigh, and Ganga Devi again appears and continues to run. That's why Ganga Devi is also called Janavi, the daughter of Janak Maharaj. And then Bhagirat leads Ganga Devi to the ashram, and all his ancestors are purified by the touch of Ganga Devi. So today, in particular, when we're celebrating and acknowledging the appearance of Vamana Dev, we can recollect this very beautiful pastime. It's a very extensive pastime. I've tried to capsulate it and just speak it very briefly so that we can get at least some picture. So that's approximately 15 minutes. So I think I have another 15 minutes left to glorify our beloved Jiva Goswami Pad. So Srila Vamana Dev ki jai, Bali Maharaj ki jai, Gaur Premanandi. So Srila Jiva Goswami Pad is the youngest of the 6 Goswamis. And he took his birth approximately, because there's different opinions on this, but approximately 1513. I think for me, these birth dates and dates, as I've spoken last time about Sanatana Goswami, they have a significance because we can get an idea of the age difference between, in this instance, between Jiva Goswami and Sachinandan Gaurahari. So in 1513, he took his birth. Now, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, at the age of 24, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was born in manifest in 1486. So after 24 years in Navadvip, that brings it up to 1510. And then in 1510, he takes the renounced order. And then he, pretty much after trying to go to Vrindavan and being tricked by Nityananda Prabhu, he comes back to Shantipur, to the house of Advaitacharya, and then he goes to Nilachal, Puri, Dham, and then he goes traveling for 2 years in South India, and then he returns to Navadvip at that time, and then he comes to Ramkeli at about the same time that Jiva Goswami took his birth, which is 1513. So if you do the math, you can figure that sequence out. So then Jiva Goswami, Srila Jiva Goswami, was really a little baby. He was just practically born when Mahaprabhu comes to Ramkeli. So it's described, he doesn't have much remembrance of that singular darshan that he had with Mahaprabhu. It's described that Mahaprabhu put his foot on Jiva Goswami's head, and but Jiva Goswami doesn't relate, doesn't have a memory of that specifically. So we know that Srila Jiva Goswami Pad is the son physically of the younger brother of Rupan Sanatan. So he's the nephew of Rupan Sanatan. So he's born in such an auspicious family. And he performs his education, etc., in Ramkeli until his mother leaves this world. His father, by the way, left this world 1 year after his appearance in 1514. So Jiva Goswami grew up without the shelter directly of his father, the brother of Rupan Sanatan. And then Srila Jiva Goswami, at the age of 20, then he comes to Navadvip. And by this time, Mahaprabhu has already left this world. Mahaprabhu has already left. And Jiva Goswami, of course, is devastated, but he has the greatest fortune of meeting Nityananda Prabhu. And it's Nityananda Prabhu who takes him on the first Navadvip Parikrama. This is very beautiful to appreciate. And the Navadvip Mahatmya book that Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur has given us describes this journey around the 9 islands of Jiva Goswami in the company of Nityananda. First, they go to the house of Sachimata, and Vishnu Priya is there directly cooking for him. So he gets so much kripa from these immense personalities, and they all recognize the effulgent nature and qualities of Jiva Goswami. He was the most erudite scholar, practically from a very, very early age. 3 or 4 years old, he was already showing extreme intelligence. And at a very early age, he mastered Sanskrit, and he would study all the granthas at a young age. So by the time he came to Navadvip, he was very fluent in all the shastras, but completely understanding and appreciating the precepts of bhakti, of devotion to Sri Radha and Krishna. So then, after his parikrama of the islands with Nityananda Prabhu, then he is ordered by Nityananda Prabhu, because he actually wants to stay in Navadvip. He's very happy to be there in that illustrious company. With Vishnu Priya is there, Sachimata is there, Nityananda Prabhu is there. Who would want to leave such a wonderful association? So he didn't really want to leave, but Nityananda is directing him, no, you must join your two uncles, Rupa and Sanatan, in Vrindavan, because Mahaprabhu has ordered that the whole family of Rupa and Sanatan remain in Vrindavan and perform my works to cement my mission in this world, because Rupa and Sanatan are the first angas. We hear Krishna Varnam, Twisa Krishnam, Sango Pangasta Prasadam, Yagya, Sankyaratinam Priya, Yajanti Hi Sumedisa. That is these angas of Mahaprabhu. And the first anga, principally, to deliver his message, of course, is Rupa Goswami. And we just had his Tirabhav recently. And Sanatan Goswami. So these are the pinnacle. This is the top of our line, so to speak. So Jiva Goswami was requested by Nityananda Prabhu to take the shelter of Rupa and Sanatan and assist them in their writings and their activities in Vrindavan of revealing the different deities there. But on his way, Nityananda Prabhu told him, you stop in Varanasi and you study there with Madhusudan Vachaspati. And he was a disciple of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. And you should study the texts and Sanskrit teachings from him to increase your erudition, which Jiva Goswami did. And it's described today that there's actually a university, the University of Varanasi. It has a particular department where practically all of Jiva Goswami's works are kept. Jiva Goswami gave us 400,000 Sanskrit shloks. So that's a lot of shloks. If we consider Srimad Bhagavatam is 18,000 verses. Bhagavad Gita is 700 verses. So what an immense wealth of literature did Jiva Goswami leave for the Vaishnavas. He really codified all of Mahaprabhu's teachings through Rupa Goswami. So after Varanasi, then he goes to Vrindavan and he takes shelter exclusively of Rupa Goswami. And my Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj, describes how he is the first and only initiated disciple of Rupa Goswami. And then he's serving Rupa Goswami by helping him with his texts, etc., getting the palm leaves for him, getting the ink for him, and doing all types of service conceivable to satisfy and facilitate Rupa Goswami doing his immense task of giving this world the heart of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Because without Rupa Goswami, we would not have an understanding of Sachinandam Gaura Hari. And without that understanding, we would not be able to enter into Braja Ras. This would not even be on the map, so to speak. So we are always utterly indebted to Rupa Goswami for his writings and his gifts of the teachings of Mahaprabhu in the Rasa Shastra area in particular, because this is what Mahaprabhu indicated that he should give to this world, this Ujjvala Nilamani and the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, etc., these great granthas. So it was Jiva Goswami who helped to codify these books. He helped to publish these books, we can say, because on the demise of Rupa and Sanatan, Jiva Goswami, he becomes what we call the Mahant of Vrindavan. He was the greatest resident Vaishnava, Gaudiya Vaishnava there for many, many years. So he took all those writings of his great uncles, Rupa and Sanatan, and he published them, he collated them, he put them together nicely so they could be presented to the public. And this was a monumental task. So we get an impression of the enormity of energy that Srila Jiva Goswami had in his service to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. In the spiritual world, he's described as Vilas Manjari. So these are Rag Atmika Gan that have come from the spiritual world, Rupa, Sanatan, Raghunath, Jiva Goswami, etc., Gopal Bhatta, Raghunath Bhatta. They have come directly from that world. All of our Guru Vargya, in fact, have come from that world. They have all revealed their Manjari Swarups. So it's just very inspiring for the devotees to appreciate the immensity of Srila Jiva Goswami's gifts to the world. We know the beautiful pastime of Narottam, Srinivas, and Shyamananda, how they took all those published books by Jiva Goswami across to Bengal. And we know the pastime in Bihar, they were robbed, the chariot, etc., the wagons. And then Shyamananda and Srinivasacharya, they continue into Bengal and Orissa. And Narottam, he's there also. So, but they're carrying this wealth of teachings from Rupa Goswami and Sanatana Goswami for the whole Gaudiya world to have access to and immerse themselves in. So I think today we can be appreciating that we have all these literatures. We have Jiva Goswami himself, he gave us the Gopal Champu, which of course is the 10th canto. And in that Gopal Champu, it's very interesting, if many of you have read that, how it's in a setting, and it's Madhukanta and Snigdhakanta, who are the two Arjun trees that were crashed down to the ground in the Dambanda Leela of Krishna, because those two demigods, Nalikuvera and Manigriva, they requested that they have an opportunity to serve Krishna. So they became the narrators of Krishna's pastimes in Braj when Krishna was still there. So Jiva Goswami is describing this assembly in Braj with the narrators, Snigdhakanta and Madhukanta, narrating all the different pastimes in sequence of the 10th canto. All the different demons, etc., are all described very beautifully. But at the end, he begins to describe the Swakiya Ras, and the last few chapters of there are described that Radha and Krishna are sitting in the Brijbasi assembly arm in arm, which is very strange for us to actually accommodate. I personally have a really hard time. I couldn't actually read the last 5 chapters of this Gopal Champu. Personally, it was just too extraordinary, because at one point, all of the replica gopis, it's described, they also have forms, and they also become the daughters-in-law of Mother Yashoda as they all get married. So there's one point at the very end where Mother Yashoda's household is packed with all the gopis who have married Krishna and the replicas of those gopis simultaneously. So it's a very extraordinary presentation. And Gurudev describes how this support of the Swakiya Ras, that it appears that Jiva Goswami presented, was only for the stability, we can say, of his Swakya followers, because to accommodate Parakya Ras is no easy task. Even Krishna, in the form of Mahaprabhu, had to descend, had to come to give us a reconciliation on this, to open this out. Otherwise, any respectable gentleman, Vaishnava, could not accommodate that the Supreme Lord would dance with other men's wives. This was against Dharma. How could they accept that? So Mahaprabhu had to manifest himself to facilitate us being able to accept that, because that's the very heart of Braja Prem, is acceptance of this spontaneous relationship with Krishna. And the highest worship of Krishna, of course, is by the Braja Ramanis, the gopis. So their mood was created by Yogamaya to be that of Parakya, unwedded or wedded paramours. So Jiva Goswami, he supports those followers there. But Gurudev says emphatically again and again, we should never think for a moment that Srila Jiva Goswami was not fully supported of the Parakya conception that Mahaprabhu presented. Of course he was. He was under the tutelage of Srila Rupa Goswami and Sanatan Goswami. Nevertheless, he did present some support for those followers. And also, of course, Jiva Goswami, in particular, his greatest monumental work were the 6 Sandarbhas. So these 6 Sandarbhas are presenting the entirety of the Srimad Bhagavatam. The first, the Tattva Sandarbha, presents the Bhagavatam and all the praman to support. It's like a platform for the Bhagavatam. And in the Bhagavat Sandarbha, there's a distinction between impersonal Paramatma and Krishna. These three understandings of Krishna's identity as Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan. So that second one is opening that out. The third is Paramatma Sandarbha itself, describing Paramatma. The fourth is Krishna as the Supreme, and Radha and the Gopis. And the fifth is very beautiful it's the Bhakti Sandarbha. And this is describing the stages of devotion. But the sixth is exceptional. This is the Priti Sandarbha. And Jiva Goswami, it's nectar to appreciate, because he literally runs up and down the staircase of the 12 cantos of Srimad Bhagavatam, making references all the way through to the current of devotion that flows through all of the Srimad Bhagavatam. It's something remarkable to appreciate. And we have an English version of this, a couple of English translations, that we can appreciate the love and affection, this Priti Sandarbha. That is our prayojan, that is our sadhya, is our goal. So Jiva Goswami has given all these gifts, so many gifts, in the form of his books, his teachings, and the verses that he gave to us. So I've just described very, very little, really, just touched on the very edge of an appreciation of this immense personality that we have the great fortune to glorify today in the company of so many senior Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis, etc. So there are so many other points that I'm sure all the others will touch on. So I'm just grateful to have had the opportunity to glorify Jiva Goswami to some little degree, and to glorify Vamana Dev to some degree. So thank you all very much for your time. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhabhyevacha patitanam pavnebhyo vaishnave namo namaha. So you please all give me some mercy that I can understand some of these topics more thoroughly, and please my Gurudev to receive his gifts of moving forward in bhajan. Hare Krishna, Dandavat Pranams, Hari Bol.
Thank you so much, Maraji, for just giving us such an insight to Jiva Goswami Pad. And it's just, it's very interesting that I didn't realize that how many slokas Jiva Goswami Pad had written. And it's just mind-blowing. I guess this is the glories of a Vaishnav, is that that even though that so many had written so much about Radha and Krishna and Gauranga Mahaprabhu, even Jiva Goswami Pad still put another 400,000 slokas in. So it's just mind-blowing even after that. So thank you so much, Maraji, for sharing with us. And I'm sure I'll have a lot of questions after this, so I'll message you later.
Okay.
So we're gonna move on to our next speaker. And again, this is another honor of mine. I'm actually really fortunate to be a host today because I have been given such honorable people to present to everyone. This person is like my father. He has given me so much diksha. He's always been carrying me for the last 10 years, and every time I see him, I think of Srila Gurudev. And he is always very witty with his words, and he's done the innumerable amount of seva. So every time you did see Srila Gurudev, you also saw this personality with him. And when you think of Srila Gurudev, you automatically think of him too. So I would like to present to you our next speaker, which is none other than Srila Bhaktivedanta Madhav Maharaj.
Hare Krishna. Shri Brahma Samarambha Shri Madhacharya Madhamam Asmad Gurudeva Parjantam Namami Guru Paramparam Shri Gurave Shri Gaurachandraya Saparikari Yugal Kisoraya Cha Brajadhamaya Purushottam Kshetraya Radhavanaya Cha Namo Namaha Vrindayai Tulasi Devai Priyayai Kesavasya Cha Krishna Bhakti Prade Devi Sattvatai Namo Namaha Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. First of all, I pay my humble obeisances unto the lotus feet of my Paramaradha Guru Pad Padma, Om Vishnu Pad, Paramhansa Swami, Astotara Sata, Srimad Bhakti Vedanta, Srila Vamana Goswami Maharaj, and Om Vishnu Pad, Paramhansa Swami, Astotara Sata, Srimad Bhakti Vedanta, Srila Narayana Goswami Maharaj, and entire Guru Vargas. I convey my Dandavat Pranam all Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis assembled different part of the world to encourage me to speak some Hari Katha. I convey my Dandavat Pranam to them. So I have requested to speak something about Srila Jiva Goswami Pad. So if you want to know anyone, have to know by their writings. So what, and by their Guru Seva, mainly Guru Seva. What Srila Jiva Goswami Pad has done in the past, have to know that. And what is his writing. Srila Jiva Goswami Pad has written about 25 scriptures. Some are his fundamental books, some are his commentary of different books. Altogether about 25. So Jiva Goswami Pad, he was son of Anupam or Vallabh. Srila Sanatana Goswami, Srila Rupa Goswami, and Vallabh, they were three brothers. Rupa Goswami Pad and Sanatana Goswami Pad, when they were minister of Hussain Shah. At that time, Sriman Mahaprabhu supposed to visit Vrindavan from Jagannath Puri, and thousands of people was with him. When Mahaprabhu came to one village called Ramkeli, at night time, Sanatana Goswami and Rupa Goswami, they are changed their royal dress and they came in disguise to Mahaprabhu for darshan. At that time, Jiva Goswami was a small boy and they brought Jiva Goswami with them in their lap and they sipped Jiva Goswami for the lotus feet of Mahaprabhu. Jiva Goswami is so fortunate. He got touch of lotus feet of Sriman Mahaprabhu when he is very, very young. Then Sanatana Goswami told, Vrindavan jaibare nahe paripati. This is not the proper system to go Vrindavan with so many thousands of people. Then Mahaprabhu came back from there. And Mahaprabhu told Sanatana Goswami, Rupa Goswami to make him learned scholar. And they did so. Srila Sanatana Goswami and Sanatana and Rupa Goswami, they left the job of Hussain Shah and they came to Sriman Mahaprabhu. And Mahaprabhu ordered them to go Vrindavan and ordered them for 4 duties. One, Lupta Tirtha Uddhar, have to rescue the pilgrimage places of Brajamandal, what is covered due to time. Sri Vigraha Prakash, there is no Vigraha at all in Vrindavan, all are forest and forest. So you have to discover Vigraha. Number 3, Bhakti Grantha Pranayan, have to do effort of devotional scripture. Number 4, Vaishnav Sadachar Nirupan, have to etiquette the rule and regulation for Vaishnavas. Srila Rupa Goswami and Sanatana Goswami did so marvelously. So later on, when Jiva Goswami Pad grow enough, then he entered in Sanskrit school and became learned scholar. So Jiva Goswami Pad was direct disciple and sevak of Rupa Goswami Pad. Rupa Goswami's all scripture like Bhakti Samhita Sindhu, Ujjal Nilmani, and like Lolit Madhav, Vidagdha Madhav, all scriptures edited and proofreaded by Jiva Goswami Pad. Once Rupa Goswami Pad was in Vrindavan and Sri Vallabhacharya was great Acharya of Sri Vishnu Swami Sampradaya. Even he taken Sriman Mahaprabhu and Rupa Goswami Pad with him to his own village, on his birthplace, very close to Allahabad. So once he came a long time later in Vrindavan, and Rupa Goswami Pad always writing. We have seen always Gurudev also writing always. So then Vallabhacharya was very elderly than Rupa Goswami. He asked Rupa, what you are writing nowadays, I can correct it if there is a mistake. Rupa Goswami, Aho Bhagavad, I am very fortunate person. Then you can take my all scriptures. I am so fortunate. Then Vallabhacharya take bath in the Yamuna. Jiva Goswami Pad, he could not tolerate this. What happened? He, an excuse of fetching water, he went to Jamuna. At that time, Jamuna was clear crystal water, very pure, can drink and can cook everything. At that time, everything, the inhabitant of Vrindavan, not so many people though, they are fetching water from Jamuna, and that was for cooking and for drinking also. So Jiva Goswami Pad went and asked Vallabhacharya, what fault ye have seen the writing of my Gurudev Srila Rupa Goswami Pad? Vallabhacharya told he has written Bhukti Mukti Sriha Javat Pisachi Hidi Vartate Tabad Bhakti Sukha Satra Katham Abbudayo Bhavet. It means the desire of bhukti means for enjoying, and desire for liberation. It is like a witch. If it is there inside heart, then Bhakti Mahadev will not manifest in our heart. So Vallabhacharya is not proper, it is not proper etiquette. This injustice to compare mukti and bhukti, liberation and enjoying, with which is very, very bad. Then Jiva Goswami told, no, my Gurudev never did this. Well, yes, written there. And he told it to mention the desire of bhukti and desire of liberation, not bhukti, not mukti. And what he did, he argued with him with debate, he defeated him very easily. And Vallabhacharya became stunned. And Jiva Goswami Pad came back with water. Jiva Goswami Pad, no need to go fetch water, what was there? But in Braj, he was Bilas Manjari of Srimati Radha Thakurani. So they are very expert to cheating their in-laws. So excuse of fetch water and other, they went to meet with Krishna. Same way, he want to go there. He told Rupa Goswami, there is no water, I have to go and fetch water. So he went. So Jiva Goswami is doing his old duty. After some time, Vallabhacharya taking bath came back and asked Rupa Goswami Pad, who is this boy? Then Rupa Goswami Pad told, Sishamor Bhatar Tanay, my disciple and son of my younger brother. He is very, very intelligent. Rupa Goswami is very clever, understood he did something. When Vallabhacharya went away, when he gone, then Rupa Goswami told Jiva, he could not honor any Brahmin. If he want to do some correction, what harm? You are not qualified to stay here. You can go east direction. Go Pura. Pura means from where you have come. Another meaning, Pura means east direction. In this continuation, our beloved Gurudev Srila Narayan Goswami Maharaj told what Rupa Goswami did, reject Jiva Goswami as a guru. If you not respect properly to others, then you can reject. His duty of a Gurudev is perfect. And other hand, Srila Gurudev told, if someone want to defame my Guru, I must take off his tongue, means I have to make him speechless with scriptural debate. And Jiva Goswami did this. I did good job, good Guru Seva, topmost Guru Seva. Then Jiva Goswami went to Bhaigaon in one place of Braj Mandal, always weeping, Ha Sanatan, Ha Rup. And Sanatan Goswami always traveling in Braj, always. And he was famous in Braj, Bada Baba. Nobody knows his name is Sanatan Goswami, no Bada Baba. So once Sanatan Goswami traveling, came to Bhaigaon, the village named Bhai. And Jiva Goswami staying there. The Brajavasi is telling, oh Bada Baba, in our village, very short time, one Chota Baba, means younger than you, one Baba has come. You are taking Madhukuri, but he is not taking, only weeping, Ha Rup, Ha Sanatan. Then Sanatan understood, this must be Jiva. Like, can you bring a Chota Baba? Yes, why not? Then they brought Jiva Goswami. And Jiva Goswami full surrender to Sanatan Goswami, weeping bitterly. All Brajavasi surprised. Who is this Bada Baba, Chota Baba? Why weeping Chota Baba? Then Sanatan Goswami brought him to Vrindavan. And he kept Jiva Goswami, some other place very close to Rupa Goswami's Bhajan Kuti. And one day during discussion, Sanatana Goswami asked to Rupa Goswami, what is the duty of ourselves for a Jiva soul? Then Rupa Goswami told, Jiva Daya, have to give our mercy to Jiva soul. Then Sanatana is asking, Jiva is not Jiv, Jiv means our nephew, your disciple is not a Jiva soul. Why you not bestow your mercy upon him? Then what happened? And Sanatana Goswami brought Jiva Goswami and put on the lap of Rupa Goswami. Jiva Goswami weeping, Rupa Goswami weeping, Sanatana Goswami weeping. Then due to so much fasting and not taking care, Jiva Goswami was very skinny. Now after some time, gradually he became healthy again and again serving Rupa Goswami Pad. So Rupa Goswami, by his own hand, he carved one deity called Radha Damodar. That deity at present in Jaipur. The main deity of Vrindavan like Sri Govinda Dev, Sri Gopinath, Sri Madan Mohan, Radha Madhav, and Damodar, all in the Jaipur. Later on, Madan Mohan went to Karoli and this deity is there. What is Vrindavan? This is called Pratibhu Vigraha and representative of original one, but there is no difference. Here in Radha Damodar temple in Vrindavan, the Goswami is serving much more better than Jaipur. So his deity is Radha Damodar. Now coming another topics. What is his writing? His writing is Sandarbha. Sandarbha means like box, called Petika. So Gopal Bhatta Goswami, he wrote something and the basis of the Siddhanta of scripture, and it was not on proper track. It was in condensed form called Sutra or Karika. Later on, Srila Jiva Goswami Pad, taking the all Karika, means all condensed form composed by Gopal Bhatta Goswami, according to subject matter, he made it 6 Sandarbhas. It called short Sandarbha. The 6 Sandarbhas are Tattva Sandarbha, Bhagavat Sandarbha, Paramatma Sandarbha, and Krishna Sandarbha. These 4 are the Sambandha Tattva Gyan, Bhakti Sandarbha, Avidya Tattva Gyan, Priti Sandarbha, Prayojan Tattva Gyan. First 4 is Sambandha Tattva, the 5th one is Avidya Tattva, and 6th one is Prayojan Tattva. So Jiva Goswami Pad had showed what? In this Sandarbha, the 10 evidences, Dasa Pramanam, out of 10 evidence, Jiva Goswami Pad told, Sabda Pramanam, Mula Pramanam. The Sabda Praman, the sound, vibration, transcendental sound is the main evidence. First he told what is Sambandha. What was relation between Jiva soul and Krishna? That called Sambandha Tattva. Some in Braj, some had Sakha Bhav, the friendly term with Krishna, some as parental mood, and some as lover and beloved mood. These 3 are prominent in Braj. So this is called Sambandha. And Abhideha. So Jiva Goswami was telling, Abhideha means our occupational duty. So to achieve our Abhishta Vastu, means worshipable deity, what process we have to adopt? That process called Abhideya. Then he's telling, and then he's telling what is Prayojan. We have to fix our goal, and that goal called Prayojan, like Krishna Prem is our Prayojan. Srila Gurudev told like this way. So out of the 10 pramanas, it mentioned that Anuman, first is Pratyaksha, then Anuman, Arsa, Upaman, Arthapatti, Abhav, Sambhav, Oitijya, Chesta, and Sabda, sound vibration. So other than sound vibration, transcendental sound, one is called Sabda Samanna, means normal sound, another transcendental sound called Sabda Brahma. So other than the Sabda Praman, why other 9 Pramanas are not bona fide? So Jiva Goswami Pad telling the 9 Pramanas are related to living soul. So all conditioned soul has 4 faults: Bhram, Pramad, Vipralipsa, Karanapatam. These 4 faults in human beings. Bhram means to superimposing one matter to another matter. So it's called Bhram. Just like we are walking at night, dark night, and little moonbeam is coming, moonlight. Seeing one very thick rope or any on and torn cycle tire, bicycle. Oh, this may be snake. This is Bhram, actually not. This Bhram also, Jiva Goswami 2 types. One called Viparjas, another called Sangshay. So Viparjas means to think this material body, the soul. Dehe Atma Buddhi. This called Viparjas. And Sangshay. Sangshay means doubt. Just like in Western country, you can see in winter season, they stem the trees. There is no branches because cold, and you'll come again the sprout during springtime. If somebody going at night, there is only one tree, there is no branches. Seeing this, oh, maybe somebody is standing there. It called Sangsay. Like when Srimati Radha Thakurani going to love of journey for Krishna called Abhisar, sometime her Sakhis, daytime they cut some trees, the branches, seems that some persons are standing there. So they're teaching Radhika how to do Abhisar. And our beloved Gurudev Narayan Goswami Maharaj, in his constitutional form, he was Raman Manjari, and Raman Manjari's duty was to help Radhika in Abhisar for Krishna. So it's called Sangsay, doubt. And Pramad means the unattentiveness of mind. If mind is not there, then you could not understand anything properly. We are walking, but if mind is not there, then we may drop in the ditch. We are listening Harikatha sitting in a assembly, but mind not there, we could not listen. In this continuation, Srila Gurudev gave one example from Bhagavatam. One arrow maker person is making arrow and very attentively. The meantime, one big bar party, means bridegroom, going with so many persons beating drum and playing flute, everything. Whole party, hundreds of people gone. And some came and asked the arrow maker, how was that? Well, I don't know. I have not seen, I don't give it attention at all. So this is called Pramad. If not attention of mind, you could not see, could not this. So this is called Pramad, unattentiveness of mind. Then Vipralipsa, cheating propensity. If you want to cheat others, in this world, all conditioned soul, all human beings want to cheat others for their own benefit. This is called cheating propensity or Vipralipsa. Then Karana Patab, imperfect senses, our all senses not perfect, only perfect senses has God, has Krishna. So due to these four defects, the all 9 pramanas are not perfect. So what is that 9 pramanas? I am telling now. First have to know what is praman. Jiva Goswami telling pramayaha karanam pramanam, means the proper knowledge of any matter called prama. The proper knowledge of any matter called prama, and which method we can understand or acquire the proper knowledge, that method called praman. Again I am repeating, to know anything I have to do praman. Praman means pramayaha karanam pramanam, the actual knowledge of any matter called prama. To know that actual knowledge, which method we are adapting, that method called praman. So praman is pratyaksha. Why pratyaksha praman is not bona fide? Pratyaksha means what we are acquiring by our senses, like chakshu, karna, nasika, jiva, tacha. Chakshu means eyes. What knowledge you are acquiring by our eyes called chakshus gyan. Then what we are acquiring knowledge through ear called savana gyan. What we are acquiring through nose called ghanaja gyan. What we are acquiring knowledge through tongue called rasana gyan. What we are acquiring knowledge by touch, by skin, called sparsana gyan. So pratyaksha is not perfect. Why not? Just like that, Gurudev give example and Jiva Goswami give same example. Gurudev quoting from Jiva Goswami told, if somebody liver has damage, it called jaundice. When jaundice in climax stage, then everything will see yellow color. So due to his imperfect senses, he think everything yellow. But in this world, everything is not yellow color. Due to imperfect sense, he is seeing this is yellow. So this is full of doubt. So it is not possible the direct knowledge is perfect. Another thing, that who is high jaundice disease, then he had in India at that time, in ancient time, had to give sugar candy for to release from the disease. So sugar candy, its nature is sweet, but if anything will take, it will be bitter. If somebody tell Rasgulla is bitter, Indian Rasgulla and Gulab Jamun or Rasmalai, it is not proper. But who is highly affected by jaundice disease, it will tell everything bitter. So pratyaksha knowledge is not perfect. Now I am coming Anuman. Anuman means we have seen something in the past and now we are thinking it must be like this. Just like Jiva Goswami give example and Gurudev also give example. Parvato Banniman Dhumat. The fire, smoke is coming from the top of mountain. That means fire will be there. As before, we have seen fire is there when smoke is there. If there is a blazing fire with wood, somebody put lot of water, then fire extinguishes, but still smoke is coming. It does not mean that fire is there. So we have seen as before, if smoke is there, fire is there. Now fire extinguished completely, but still fire, smoke is coming. Gurudev gave another example. If you in very severe cold in India, If you pass through a lake, then you can see that smoke is coming. This is actually not smoke. You can see the smoke is coming, but actually it's not smoke. What? This steam coming from the lake. Then Gurudev gave another example. Just like in cold, very cold time. So you are going and you are yearning, then it seems that what? That smoke is coming, oh, this sadhu is smoking cigarette. Actually not. Due to cold, outside cold and hot it inside the body is coming out. So we have seen as before that where is smoke, the fire is there, but think this we are, oh, must be fire, but actually not. Now coming arsa. Why arsa is not bona fide praman? When Srila Sukadeva Goswami not come to Parikshit assembly yet, prior to that, so many Muni Rishis came to help Parikshit Maharaj. Some are doing this jog, these Ashtanga jog, these Gan, so many things. It mentioned Nana Muni, Nana Mat. When Pandavas was in exile, then Yudhishthira sent him to bring some water. There is a big dialogue between Jaksha, him not answering, he like expert became unconscious. Arjun Nakul Sahadev. Then at last Yudhishthira came. Then he told that Nana Muni, Nana Mat, many men, many minds. So if you go to one doctor, he give for your treatment, give one prescription. If you go another doctor, that doctor, same degree holder from Oxford University, give another prescription. Different doctor, go different prescription. Same way, the many men, many minds, so many Muni Rishis, they are different opinion. So in different opinion, you could not get the proper perfection in your bhajan. So this arsa praman also not 100% perfect. Now coming upaman. Upaman means to compare what is some similarity with other matter, called upaman. It's called upaman. Just like if somebody has not seen any deer. In India, in Govardhan, there is one like cow is that called Nilgai. When that baby is there, just like baby deer, you could not recognize. But that deer has horn, so many legs, and that when you grow enough, then you can understand. But in beginning, when very small, you could not understand. So seeing this deer as before, you can think the cup of Nilgai, the Nil cow also like deer. So seeing one thing and there is some similarity, then it's called upaman. But by this upaman also is not perfect for Bhagavad Tattva Gyan, acquiring knowledge of Bhagavan. It is also not 100% perfect. Because this is done by human beings, there is Brahm, Pramad, Vikta, Lipsa, Karnapada, 4 defects. Now Arthapatti, number 5. Arthapatti means something is very famous, you could not deny. But what is the cause behind this, could not understand. So, Ladi is not eating at day, but is very healthy. That means he's eating at night. Now, Abhav means lack of something. Just there is a pillar, behind pillar something there I cannot see. It's called Abhav. Sambhav means within 100 pounds, 10 pounds is possible. That is called Sambhav. Now, Aitijya means like history. Who wrote history? I don't know, but it's coming. Tradition is there by that. So who had written history? Also They have imperfect senses, all these Brahm Pramad, Vipralisa Karana Patam. But Sabda Pramanam, Mula Pramanam. Sabda Praman means the evidence of transcendental sound is perfect because this is done by Bhagavan, like Veda. So Jiva Goswami has shown all this. Now I am telling another thing. In Bhakti Sandarbha, Jiva Goswami has told that only Tattva Katha, only the deep Siddhanta will not do. Have to know some Leela. Otherwise, have to suffer 3 ways. It mentioned in Bhakti Sandarbha. Just like if someone has only cow, but cow, why that nourishing cow to get milk? But if cow is barren, no calf will come, he could not get milk. Then what? How is suffering? He has the nourishing the cow, one misery, and will not get milk, second misery. Then Jiva Goswami gave another example, like unobedient, disobedient son. So why son? What the duty of son? When father expired, then Punnama Narakatrayati Yasa Putra, to deliver expired father, giving oblages and sadha, and rescue from one type of hellish planet called Put, then called Putra. But if he is disobedient, then have to suffer 2 ways. Because he is disobedient, have to nourish him. Second, he is not following me now. After my death, he will give my sadha ceremony, no surety. And third example, Jiva Goswami gave why people are marrying to enjoy their senses. So if your wife, Jiva Goswami telling, is not under your control, her mind has fixed with any other person, you have to suffer 2 ways. So what? Why people are marrying? To enjoy their senses. But that lady has another paramour, not loving relation with husband. So to nourish her, have to suffer, have nourish her this one misery. Second, she will not fulfill your senses, so second misery. So Jiva Goswami was giving an example, telling that if only Tattva Katha, no Lila Katha, then have to suffer so many ways, like he gives an example in Bhakti Sandarbha. So many things has to tell about him. I am thanks Jasodhara Devi and all others, and his encouraging Hari Katha. And that somebody has any question, please mention any doubts, please speak out. By costless mercy of Gurudev, quoting from scripture, I try my best to rule it out.
Thank you so much, Maraji. We're really fortunate to have you here and explain so much. Actually, was just listening and I didn't realize that how much I actually have to learn. So thank you so much. And I think every devotee that is listening now we've got many devotees from around the world listening. Are really appreciated of what you've just spoken. So thank you so much, Maharaj.
If other seminar, I'm happy to attend and speak something, any subject matter. If I know even 24 hours before I can speak any subject matter, Gurudev trained us like this way.
Okay, perfect. I'll let you know. Thank you, Maharaji. Dandava pranams.
Hare Krishna.
Okay, so I'm just gonna, because I'm just conscious of time, so I'm just gonna move over to our next speaker.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, no problem. Who is the next speaker?
It's Shripad Nemi Maharaji.
Okay, convey my Dandapranam Nemi Maharaj, Tridandi Maharaj, and any other sannyasis that I don't know, because I heard something from Tridandi Maharaj. So my Dandapranam to Nemi Maharaj, Tridandi Maharaj.
Dandavats Maharaj, Mother Maharaj, Dandavats, Hare Krishna.
Dandavat. So Dandavat to all.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, Dandavat pranams. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Radhe Radhe, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna just move over to our next speaker. another, I'm feeling again very honored to invite this next speaker. He's someone that has spent time with our Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada for many years. He's a scientist. He is a scholar, and he easily very explains many Siddhanta to many of us. So with this, I ask Shripad Nemi Maharaji to speak for us. Thank you.
My dandavats to all devotees, headed by senior devotees, headed by Sannyasigan, Hare Krishna, not only speaker but also singer. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Ashatyadi Sattarine Namo Vishnu Padaya Radhikaya Priyatmane Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Narayaniti Namine Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Hari Bo 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 Hari Bo. Shri Gurudeva ki jai, Shri Prabhupada ki jai, Samagata Bhakta Vrinda ki jai, Jai Go Primanandi, Hari Hari Bol, Srila Jiva Goswami Prabhu ki jai, Srila Vamana Dev ki jai. So we've heard very learned and very extensive discourses from Pujapad Tridandi Maharaj, Pujapad Madhav Maharaj. I would say exhaustive discourses covering many points. So today, is the Blessed Appearance Day of Srila Vamana Dev and also Srila Jiva Goswami. So Vamana Dev, Krishna is Bhaktavatsala. So there's a very interesting situation because Bhaktavatsala means he's affectionate to his devotees. So it's a very interesting situation because Indradev, he is Krishna's devotee. He is the manager of the universe on behalf of Krishna. But Bali Maharaj is also his devotee. Reading Srimad Bhagavatam, I don't know, it's not so clear how much he was really a devotee of Krishna before Vamanadev appeared, or whether Vamanadev appeared to provoke or evoke his devotion. I don't know. We'd have to appeal to Tridandi Maharaj to explain that, I think. Anyway, Indra, he's lost the universe to Bali Maharaj. And Tridandi Maharaj very nicely explained how Bali Maharaj actually, he wants to extend his empire even further. So Indra and the demigods, they go to Lord Vishnu and they ask for help. And Lord Vishnu says, yes, I will help, I will help. So he appears, he doesn't want to take the universe by force because that wouldn't be proper, it wouldn't be rightful. So in a tricky way, a very tricky way, he appears as such a beautiful personality. On the one hand, he's a Brahmin. Now, Bali Maharaj, he's actually become great by worshipping the Brahmanas, Shukracharya and the other Brahmanas. And that's how he actually became great. So he honors Brahmanas on the one hand, and on the other hand, this beautiful child has stolen his heart. So his heart goes out to him, and I just want to give you a present. What can I give? I'm a powerful emperor. I can give you anything. I can give you islands. I can give you wives. I can give you cows, anything, whatever you want. Oh, I just want 3 steps of land by my own measure. Huh. So Bali says, yes, yes, yes. And Shukracharya says, wait a minute. He'll take everything. And Bali Maharaj says, okay. Now, Shukracharya, he's not completely disinterested, because if Bali Maharaj loses everything, then he can't give Dakshin to Shukracharya. So he says, you're a fool. You're about to lose everything. I curse you. You lose everything. Bali Maharaj says, it's okay. So Indra, in the end, we know the story that Vamana Dev, he pierced the universe. In this connection, his other name is Trivikrama. 3 steps. With 3 steps, he covered the whole universe in a very tricky way. On one occasion, we were at Navadvip. It was just before Gaurmandal Parikrama. And we were with Gurudev. The Western devotees were just gathering. And we were sitting on one veranda with him. And on the next veranda was Srila Trivikrama Maharaj. He was sitting there by himself. So Srila Trivikrama Maharaj, he said, don't listen to him. He's very tricky. And Srila Gurudev said, no. Narayan is very, very simple. Trivikram is tricky. So in this way, he was kind of diverting that. Funny repartee between them. So Vamana Dev, he's also known as Upendra. He's like Upa-Endra. He takes the role of the younger brother of Indra. Even though he's the Supreme Personality of Godhead, but he takes the role of the younger brother of Indra. So Srila, I don't know, in the commentary, I don't remember actually, it may be Rupa Goswami, it might be Jiva Goswami, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. They give the example that a secondary rasa a primary rasa may give way to a secondary rasa, just like Upendra, Vamanadev, even though he's primary, he gives way to Indra. So a primary rasa may give way to a secondary rasa. For example, Sridham, for example, he wants to fight with Krishna. So normally he's in Sakya ras, but when he wants to fight with Krishna, he becomes completely Veer ras. So that primary ras may give way, but a primary ras will not give way to another primary ras. So for example, if somebody is in Sakya ras, then on no account will that Sakya ras become Madhur ras. So it's not that, for example, a cowherd boy can become totally in Madhur ras. This is, anyway, it's an interesting point. So Vamana Dev, he's favorable to the demigods because they're completely dependent on him, but they're asking for some material gains. They've lost their heavenly, they lost their wives, they've lost their heavenly domains, and they're asking for it back. And Bali Maharaj, who's supposed to be a demon, he's given everything, completely everything. So in the end, Vamana Dev, he covers all the 3 planetary systems in 2 steps. And he says, so where's my 3rd step going? Now for a Kshatriya, we can hardly imagine, but for a Kshatriya, if he gives a promise and he gives his word, he's absolutely bound to give that, what he's said, what he's promised. He's absolutely bound. So Bali Maharaj is looking around and there isn't anywhere else. So he says, you please put it on my head. So he's completely surrendered. So in the discussion of the 9 angas of bhakti, Bali Maharaj, he's the example of Atmanivedanam. He's total surrender. He's totally surrendered to the Supreme Lord. Beautiful, beautiful example. And then it seems like Vamana Deva is very unjust because he sends him down to hell. But actually he enjoys there with all his family members in a very, very beautiful way. It's not hell at all there. It's a heavenly planet. And there's a pastime that Srila Gurudev related, that before Bali Maharaj went down, Prahlad Maharaj came. Now that time, Prahlad Maharaj wasn't a little boy, like the little boy that Hiranyakashipu pushed off his lap. He's now his grandfather. Bali Maharaj is his grandson. And he's coming there, he's got long silver hair. And he's praying to Vamana Deva on behalf of Bali Maharaj with tears in his eyes. And Vamana Deva has to listen because Prahlad Maharaj is his very, very dear devotee. Then Prahlad, he whispers to Bali Maharaj. And Bali Maharaj asks a boon from Vamana Deva. Yes, okay, what do you want? He says, I want you to be my gatekeeper so that whenever I go in or go out, I'll always see you. And Vamana Deva agrees. So then Narada Muni, he hears about all this and he goes off to Vaikuntha and he says to Lakshmi, so where's Lord Narayan? He says, I don't know, he's gone. I don't know, he hasn't come back. So Narada Muni says, oh, I can tell you where he is. He's gatekeeper for Bali Maharaj. So then he explains the whole situation. So Lakshmi Devi, then she went down in the form of an elderly Brahmani. So Bali Maharaj, we know he's very, very charitable to everybody, and especially Brahmanas. So everybody's coming and getting their boons from him. And Lakshmi Devi is waiting there in the guise of this old Brahmani, and she's not saying anything. But everyone gets their boons, and then they leave, and then she's left. And Bali Maharaj comes to her with great respect. He says, I see that you're a Brahmani. I have all honor for you. I think maybe you want something from me. She said, yeah, I want something. He says, what is it? She says, you promise to give it? He says, yeah, I promise. She says, will you take Archaman to seal that promise? And Bali Maharaj goes, uh-oh. I remember the last time that happened. So he says, yes, he goes. So he performs Archaman, and then he says, so you please ask for your boon. And Lakshmi just points at the gatekeeper, points at Vamana Deva. So they make some arrangement whereby an expansion stays there with him. But so who gained in the end? Bali Maharaj gained, or Indra gained? So Bali Maharaj, he became famous as the supremely devoted. Now for Kshatriya, fame is everything. So what could be the greater fame than to be famous as the most surrendered devotee? So actually Bali Maharaj won all hands down in that particular case. Indra just got the heavenly kingdom. But Bali Maharaj got eternal fame as the most honored, the most surrendered devotee. So also coming on to Srila Jiva Goswami. Srila Jiva Goswami, he is the object of affection of Rupa Goswami, Sanatana Goswami, and disciple, very beloved disciple of Srila Rupa Goswami. When Rupa Goswami left the service of Nawab Hussain Shah, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, we've already heard, he came to Ramkeli. Rupa Goswami immediately left. And he put all his riches on 2 boats. Now, I don't know if they were rowing boats or they were the size of the Titanic or what, but anyway, I mean, if I put all my gold on one boat, it wouldn't be a very big boat. So Rupa Goswami is fabulously rich, and he left money for the education of Srila Jiva Goswami. He also left money for the liberation of his dear elder brother, Sanatana Goswami. That's another story. I won't go into that at the moment. And we've heard how Srila Jiva Goswami, when he grew up, after Lord Chaitanya had left, he went and he had a blessed meeting encounter with Nityananda Prabhu. Nityananda Prabhu came to Navadvip especially to meet with Jiva Goswami, especially to meet with him. Because Jiva Goswami has a very, very important position. We'll see. So we know that he wanted to stay with Actually, there was no need for him to stay in Navadvip, you know. Pujapad Tridani Maharaj said that Nityananda Prabhu's there, Shachimata's there, but they're all going, they're all leaving. Soon, they're all gone, they'll all be gone. So Nityananda Prabhu says, no, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has said that you should go to Vrindavan and you'll be with Rupa Goswami, Sanatana Goswami. So he left weeping. And it's stated at the end, Srila Thakur Bhaktivinoda is described that as he passed over the boundary of Navadvip, Vrindavan and Rupa Goswami and Sanatana Goswami, they all awakened in his heart. So he actually went on to Braj in great joy. So there he met with Rupa Goswami, Sanatana Goswami, his very, very dear uncles, not only dear uncles, but the ambassadors for Lord Chaitanya, especially Srila Rupa Goswami, Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Sapadantikam. He established Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission in this world. And Jiva Goswami is directly under his tutelage. So Srila Rupa Goswami, he had two amazing, amazing disciples. One of them, Srila Raghunath Goswami, actually, he's not Diksha disciple of Srila Rupa Goswami. He received Diksha from Yadunandan. But he's Shiksha. He's not only Shiksha disciple of Srila Rupa Goswami, but in the spiritual world, he's the protege, as Rati Manjari. He's the protege of Rupa Manjari. We read in Vilap Kusumanjali many times, Rupa Goswami appears, Rupa Manjari appears in Vilap Kusumanjali as looking after Rati Manjari in a very, very, very special mood. So he was serving there, serving Srila Rupa Goswami, studying. He heard from Rupa Goswami, studied all his books, edited his books. So he got all the mercy from Rupa Goswami. He's his very, very, very dear disciple. And we've heard this pastime, how Rupa Goswami actually dismissed him. Why? So Srila Gurudev has explained that actually Jiva Goswami did nothing wrong because he was defending the honor of his Gurudev on the one hand. But on the other hand, Rupa Goswami, he was defending the honor of this elderly Vaishnava. So Rupa Goswami had in mind that maybe somebody will think that I don't want to argue with Vallabhacharya directly, but through my disciple, I will argue with him. So this would actually be a dishonor. So therefore, he dismissed Jiva Goswami. It's for that reason that he dismissed him. But actually, Rupa Goswami is perfect guru, and Jiva Goswami is perfect disciple. And Srila Sanatana Goswami, he put the two of them together. So Jiva Goswami, then he worshipped Sri Radha Damodar, and he was staying in Radha Damodar temple. Pujapad Tridani Maharaj has mentioned that he wrote this. He seemed to defend Swakiya Ras, and that the end of Gopal Champu, it's extraordinary. It's completely extraordinary. He describes how Krishna marries all of the gopis in one fell swoop. He marries Srimati Radhika first, and then he marries all of the gopis in one fell swoop. And the duplicate gopis, whom she Yogamaya, so there's two groups. There's the duplicate gopis and there's the original gopis. So the duplicate gopis are the gopis that Yogamaya had conjured up at the time of the Rasa dance and other times, who diverted the attention of the husbands of the gopis. So they all marry the cowherd boys in another huge marriage, wedding. It's very extraordinary. And Srila Gurudev often quoted a verse by Srila Jiva Goswami where he says that some of what I have written is for the benefit of others, according to others' moods. And some of what I've written is according to my own mood. So if we want to see what is the actual mood of Srila Jiva Goswami in this respect, then we can read Sri Madhav Mahotsav. So in Madhav Mahotsav, he's described the Maha Abhishek of Srimati Radharani. And in the beginning, so it's announced that there's going to be a Maha Abhishek of Srimati Radhika. And Abhimanyu, as the supposed husband of Srimati Radhika, says that, okay, well, I'll come along to that. And then Yogamaya or the gopis, they're teasing, what? You want to go on that? That's very private, intimate. You can't go along to that, watching your wife be bathed? Are you kidding? And he becomes very ashamed and he goes off. So then there's the Maha Abhishek, but Krishna is there. Although it's the Abhishek of Srimati Radhika, so Krishna is there and he's watching everything. So therefore the book is actually called Madhav Mahotsav. And at the end, Purnamasi has been there. She's been officiating over the whole thing. So Purnamasi, she's Yogamaya, but not Yogamaya in Madhuras. That's Vrinda Devi in Madhuras. So Yogamaya at the end, Purnamasi, she says, well, I have some other business to attend to. And she knows exactly what's going on. She's always nurturing the pastimes of Radha and Krishna. So then she leaves because, you know, she has like Vatsalya Ras towards her, apparently Vatsalya Ras. So she leaves them. So it's very obvious from that what kind of ras Srila Jiva Goswami has. Our Gurudev describes how once he came to his Gurudev, my Param Gurudev, Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Goswami Maharaj. So he had with him Gopal Champu, and he said to Srila Gurudev, to Srila Param Gurudev, he said, Gurudev, how can it be that such a philosopher as Jiva Goswami can write in such a rasic way about the pastimes of Krishna? And he began to read Damodar Leela, Srila Jiva Goswami's description of Damodar Leela. He began to describe to Srila Param Gurudev, Srila Keshav Maharaj. So we know how Srila Gurudev, year after year, he described in such a beautiful way. Talk about Nava Ras. Every year he would be revealing more different moods about Damodar Leela. So when he began to read Damodar Leela to his Guru Maharaj, and Srila Keshav Maharaj, Gurudev says he began to display ecstatic symptoms that he'd rarely ever seen. Became completely ecstatic. He didn't describe in detail what happened, but so this was Srila Jiva Goswami. He's not only the paramount philosopher, but he's also Surasik. Paramount philosopher, he resolves all the tricky issues, like, for example, the birth of Lord Krishna. What really happened? So Srila Jiva Goswami, he's putting forward his explanation of what happened, that Yogamaya came in a formless form and brought Krishna, Yashodhanandan Krishna, to Mathura. It's very, very difficult, very difficult. He explains in such an amazing way, resolves all these issues throughout Gopal Champu. In his Shatsandarbha, Srila Pujapad Sri Madhu Maharaj, he's explained in some detail about the different Sandarbhas. So 4 of the Sandarbhas are Sambandha. So my Guru Maharaj explained that all of the Sandarbha, the Shat Sandarbhas together, they're called Bhagavata Sandarbha. But one of them is Bhagavat Sandarbha. So the first Sandarbha, Tattva Sandarbha, it shows that it shows what is the absolute truth, and it shows that Srimad Bhagavatam is the ideal evidence. Then Bhagavat Sandarbha, as Pujapad Sridhani Maharaj has explained, impersonal Brahman and localized Paramatma. And then after that, so he's coming up, the Tattva is becoming more. Then Paramatma Sandarbha, he's explaining the super soul and his role. Then the next, coming from Paramatma, he's coming to Krishna Sandarbha. So here, Krishna, Srila Jiva Goswami proves that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And he describes as the avatars and so many points there. And then, so that completes his examination of Sambandha. Now, Sambandha points to the goal, the ultimate goal. And based on that Sambandha, then the fifth Sandarbha is called Bhakti Sandarbha. So there exhaustively, he describes all different aspects of Bhakti Yoga, various different kinds from start to finish. And then finally, the actual goal, this is Priti Sandarbha. So Priti means love. And this is a description of different elements and different aspects of love for Krishna. And interestingly, we see that our acharyas have come to give ultimately, like our Gurudev explained, Anarpata chirin chirat karnayavatir nakalo samarpayatamunnato jala rasam subhaktishyam. So Srila Gurudev explained that actually what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came to distribute is Radha Palyadasyam or Manjari Bhav. But even in Priti Sandarbha, it's not described in detail. It's so confidential. So we're so fortunate that we're coming in this line, actually coming at this stage in this line. If we'd come after, as disciples of Srila Saraswati Prabhupada, we wouldn't have heard about this. We would not have heard about it. Even coming after my Guru Maharaj, he gave very, very little detail. Rupa Manjari he mentions once in all of his books, as far as I can see, all of his books and conversations and everything. Very, very conservative. But our Gurudev, he threw it out. Sandarbha actually means treasure chest. So Srila Jiva Goswami, he's defended the honor of his Guru Maharaj, not only in that encounter with Vallabhacharya, but because what Srila Rupa Goswami, Sanatana Goswami, and the other Goswamis, they presented, it was totally unparalleled. We know that even the name of Srimati Radhika is difficult to find in Srimad Bhagavatam. It's there, but it's difficult to find. And Manjari Bhav, I haven't seen it pointed out. It's very, 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 very confidential. But Rupa Goswami, Sanatana Goswami, especially Raghunath Das Goswami, they're openly displaying this mood. So Srila Jiva Goswami is coming in and he's pointing out that their conclusions are completely authentic, completely authoritative. Srila Jiva Goswami also had a very, very important role. So after the disappearance of Srila Rupa Goswami and Srila Sanatana Goswami, Srinivas came to Vrindavan. He was on his way actually when Srila Sanatana Goswami left, and Srila Rupa Goswami left only a few days. It's said that they were actually waiting for him, but they couldn't tolerate separation anymore and they left. So only a few days before Srinivas came to Vrindavan, Rupa Goswami left also. Srinivas wanted to commit suicide. He built a fire, ready to throw himself into the fire. Then somehow in a dream, he saw Rupa and Sanatana, and they said, no, 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 no. We've written so many scriptures, you will distribute them. This is the first book distribution party. So in a dream, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came to Gopal Bhatta Goswami and Jiva Goswami, and he said that Srinivas is coming, my very beloved devotee Srinivas is coming. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had actually empowered Srinivas's parents. That's another story, but he'd empowered them to have a great son. They came to see him in Puri. So Jiva Goswami was waiting in Radha Govinda temple. And when everybody left after the evening arti, Srinivas is crying in the corner, and Jiva comes to him very gently, says, oh, you're Srinivas. We heard about you. So then he took him to Gopal Bhatta Goswami. Gopal Bhatta gave him initiation. And then Srila Jiva Goswami began to teach Srinivas. And then at some point, Srinivas had heard about Narottam Thakur, and he was longing, when will I be able to meet Narottam Thakur? And that day, Narottam Thakur also appeared. And then later on, Shyamananda Prabhu. So Srila Jiva Goswami, he taught Prabhu Troy. They were not his initiated disciples. He had no like personal incentive or motive like that, but he gave them everything. And they became the empowered representatives of the Sampradaya. They were the next generation of preachers. And when they went to Gauda Mandal, so they met the associates, and the associates were waiting for them. Like Ishan Thakur, for example, the personal servant of Lord Chaitanya, who was there before the birth of Lord Chaitanya, all through the pastimes, when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was a child, when he married Vishnu Priya, when Nityananda Prabhu came, when the Sankirtan movement was going on, and the separation, he looked after Vishnu Priya and Shachimata. He was waiting for them. And when they came, he said, I've been waiting. He took them on parikrama, all three of them. He took them on parikrama, showed them everything, gave them everything. And then when they were about to leave, he couldn't speak, but he gave by signs. He said, this is the last time we will meet. And then they left, and they hadn't gone very far, and somebody came running after them and said, Ishan Thakur's left. Bhakti-Ratnakara is like that. On the one hand, you've got the pastimes of these brilliant young generation preachers, and the passing away of all the different associates of Mahaprabhu. So Jiva Goswami, who's like that bridge between the Rupa Goswami, Sanatana Goswami, and between the next generation. And older devotees also, we have to pass on the baton to the next, empower and inspire the next generation of preachers, not to leave them feeling, oh, they've left us, we don't know what to do now. We have to empower the new leaders. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity to have all this association, to speak something little in glorification of Sri Vamana Deva and Sri Jiva Goswami. I conclude my speech here. Hare Krishna, my dandavats to all the devotees. Vanchakalpatarubhascha, kripa sindhu devacha, patitanam pavanebhyo, vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Maharaji. As I'm listening more and more to this Harikatha, and I think year by year, we get to really delve into the personalities being spoken. I'm understanding that the depth of what they've come to give is just so innumerable, it's uncountable. And I'm just really grateful that we get to hear this and imbibe it within us. So thank you so much, Maharaji. So I will now move over to our next speaker, and I think he's there. He is another dear disciple of our Srila Gurudev. He is another person that when you see Srila Gurudev, you automatically think of him as well. He's served for many years with Srila Gurudev. He took him around the world tour and organized his world tours. And I'm just very fortunate that I have the opportunity to be in his association. And he gives so much love and affection to me. And I'm really lucky that he counts me amongst one of his god sisters. So the next person I would like to introduce is our Shripad Brajanath Prabhu. If you can hear me. Brajanath Prabhu?
Haribol.
Radhe Radhe.
Radhe Radhe. I think that we are over time, isn't it?
No, no, we're okay. We're actually not that far behind, actually. So you're okay.
But I'm a little behind.
Ah.
Because I had a little time in between. So I don't know what to do.
Do you have to go to another class after this?
No, I'm in the middle of some meetings.
Okay.
So I don't know what do you suggest?
We can always bring you back if you want to when you're ready, if that's easier for you.
I think Yashaswini is here.
Yes.
Why don't you continue with Yashaswini?
Okay.
Yeah, then any other time. Now it was like last minute for me, everything. So
Okay.
I'm here.
Then I am requesting Yashaswini, please you start. Yeah.
Dandavats, Vajanath Prabhu. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. Why don't you start? And any next opportunity when I have more time, Yasodhari, then I can better schedule it. Yeah.
So Brajnath Prabhu, I will arrange then for something. If you
Yeah.
can't speak today, that's not a problem.
I was in the middle of 2-3 things, and we are on a tight schedule.
Okay.
So I think that if Yashaswini starts speaking, it will be better. Then we have some space. Okay.
Dandavats Brajanath Prabhuji, Hare Krishna.
Well, from the UK Sangha, we totally miss you, so we can't wait to see you again.
Okay. But only on Zoom now, isn't it? There is no other opportunity.
Yeah, hopefully, well, when we hopefully we'll try and get us to meet again on a personal level. But up until now, it's the Zoom we've got.
Yeah, I know. I was in England for a while, and then I wanted to come to London, but there was only Zoom. So no. But I think it is beautiful. You have so many participants. All are listening nicely, and Maharajas are speaking, and all the devotees. But next time, Yasodhari, I'm happy. Then I can plan it a little better. Yeah, please.
Okay.
Yeah, don't count me out. Okay.
Okay. No, never.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Harival.
Harival. Okay. So as Sripad Brajnath Prabhu is unable to speak, I want to introduce my other favorite speaker, who is always amazing. Every time I listen to her speak, my heart just melts completely. And I'm really fortunate, again, that she's a Srila Prabhupada disciple that has more energy than I think 20 young people put together. And she is super amazing, and I absolutely love her to bits, and I'm very grateful that she keeps me under her wing and inspires me so much. It's none other than our Srimati Yashaswini Didi.
Oh, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Can you hear me?
We can indeed.
Okay, thank you. Well, first I'd like to say I'm so embarrassed by the introduction. That's just a reflection of your soft and sweet heart. But I shall try to say something because you always encourage me. So first I want to offer my respectful obeisances to all the, first to Sri Jiva Goswami and to Vamana Dev. Today, Srila Prabhupada, Srila Gurudev, Rupanuga Guruvag, all the sannyasis, all the wonderful devotees. Yes, today, actually, we heard many things about Jiva Goswami, very beautiful things, and I've been crossing off my list as people say things. So I'm just going to start. Nemi Maharaj just said that Sandarbha means treasure chest. And I also heard a very beautiful meaning of it. So Sanskrit, I think, has many meanings, sometimes for one word. And Sandarbha, another meaning is to weave. And so it's said that Jiva Goswami is weaving the verses of Srimad Bhagavatam into a beautiful cloth. So one special thing was said about these Sandarbhas that was very noteworthy, that although Jiva Goswami was such an inside devotee, so close with all the close associates of Mahaprabhu, when he wrote these Sandarbhas, he didn't just write them for the in-house devotees, but he wrote them specifically as well for those people who were outside and who didn't necessarily accept the conclusions of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So just like Bhaktivinoda Thakur, in his time, when he saw how the English who had taken over at that time, they were changing things and the younger people were becoming confused about the Vedic teaching. So Bhaktivinoda Thakur, he presented things in a more modernistic way, but still with absolutely the same essence in order to help the understanding. So Jiva Goswami at this time, when he wrote them, the Sandarbhas, he actually wrote them with that in mind, that people could understand in that way. So it says that he gave the foundation for the whole structure of bhakti. And it was explained how if you have a building and a very big, tall building, people look up and they see the height of the building, but they don't think what's underneath it. But underneath a tall building, there has to be a very strong structure, because without that, the whole building would collapse. And so it's explained that without the without the foundation of this very strong and powerful and all-conclusive philosophy that Jiva Goswami gave, and without us understanding at least the basics of that philosophy through our Gurudevs, that when the winds blow and the rains come, it will simply blow us away, just like sentimental, we'll wash away with the rains. So his teachings actually were giving that basic structure, which was very, very important. So, a minute, I just have to see which bits have been said. Oh yes, so Jiva Goswami, he was exceptional from a very, very young age. He was the nephew of Rupa and Sanatan Goswamis, and he was the son of Anupam, who was also known as Sri Vallabha. His father passed away at a very early age, just after hearing the instructions from Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And so Jiva, he was very disappointed at that time, and he left home about the age of 11 or 12. So when he came to Navadvip, Lord Nityananda took him around all the holy places. And Mahaprabhu at that time, he'd already left the planet. But as a baby, he had seen Mahaprabhu at Ramakeli when he was just tiny, I think a couple of years old, maybe even younger at that time. And it said as he grew into just a young child, he was constantly meditating on Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And when Mahaprabhu saw him as that tiny child, he indicated that he would become a very great Gaudiya scholar. So at the completion of his tour, Lord Nityananda gave Jiva Goswami a very important instruction. It was the same instruction that he gave to Krishnadas Kaviraj in his dream. He said to him, "Go to Vrindavan, where all things will come to pass." But he told him on the way to Vrindavan, he told him to go to Varanasi and to study Vedanta under Sri Madhusudan Vachaspati, who was a disciple of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, and who had learned from him what Mahaprabhu had taught Sarvabhauma. Because Sarvabhauma, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, when he had started touring, he had given pure Krishna Prem to everywhere he went. People became absorbed in this beautiful, loving network of Prem. But there was one place where Mahaprabhu found he couldn't sell his wares in their marketplace, and that was at Varanasi, because there was such a strong understanding of impersonalism there that he felt there was no one to buy. So then he said he would give it free, but then he realized he was wasting his time, so he just carried on his way. So it was to this same place that Jiva Goswami came to learn from, because at that time, actually, he passed back through that way a little later, Mahaprabhu, on his way back. And I think it was Chandrasekhar Acharya and Haridas Thakur, I think it was. They actually felt really upset hearing people criticize Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, that he was a sentimentalist. And so they asked him, "Please, it doesn't bother you, but it disturbs our hearts so much. We feel so pained. Please do something." So at that time, he told them to call the sannyasis, and the sannyasis came, and Sarvabhauma, and at that time, that was when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu changed their hearts. So Sarvabhauma had taught this to Madhusudan Vachaspati as disciple, and Jiva Goswami went and studied under him. But he didn't just study our teachings. He studied Nyaya, the logic. He studied Advaita philosophy, oneness. He studied everything. And the reason he did that was because he wanted to be able to go into the camp of those who didn't agree with the conclusions of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and be able to speak their language and gradually try and help them to understand deeper. So he was very, very intelligent in this way. So it only took him 1 year and he learned everything that he could, and then he continued to Vrindavan. So in Vrindavan, when he went to Vrindavan and he went to Rupa and Sanatan, he was actually the greatest scholar, he was considered, in Varanasi, because he learned so much and he was so highly intelligent and deep in his heart that he could understand the whole essence, not just the verbal teachings. So when he went to Rupa and Sanatan, he wanted to take shelter of Sanatan. Sanatan passed him to Rupa. And Rupa actually didn't engage him initially in anything to do with his intelligence and with writing and with discussing philosophy. He actually, because everything that these people do, these wonderful devotees, they're teaching us something. So he actually engaged Jiva Goswami to prepare the papers, the palm leaves for their writing. He actually had him collect the leaves and pulp them to make actually into the palm leaves so that they could write on them. And he would have him cleaning up after him, fanning him, doing menial service. And gradually, actually fairly quickly, he was so devoted and he was so humble that Rupa Goswami and all the other Goswamis just felt so much love for him. And so very quickly, he went from an assistant to become a writer with all the other Goswamis. And he was so dear to the other Goswamis that although the Radha Damodar temple where he was staying was not one of the largest temples in Vrindavan, but in fact, it was quite small next to some of them, but they would go there to discuss the philosophy of how to spread these teachings and this mission of Mahaprabhu. So, because they had so much affection for Jiva Goswami. So, yes, they actually understood, because he was much younger than all of them. He was like the beginning of the second generation. So they understood that this boy is such a special personality, that he is actually the beginning of the future of this movement continuing on after we leave. So it's interesting, actually, because our Srila Prabhupada, my Srila Prabhupada, he also prepared himself in that temple, in Radha Damodar temple. And I think on his day, I told the story how one night Srila Prabhupada, he had a vision, and Rupa, Sanatan and Jiva came to him, and they encouraged him and gave him blessings and gave him instructions as to how to, help to go to the West and to spread this teaching. So, yes, so when the other Goswamis left, gradually as they all passed away, they all left all their assets, the books, the temples, etc., in the name of Jiva Goswami. And Radha Damodar Library, I think on the altar there's a cupboard on the side, and I heard that they have many books in there. And it said that they contain also the writings of Raghunath Das Goswami from Radhakund. Now, whether they're still there in that cupboard or whether they've been moved, because some of them now, I hear, are in the Vrindavan Institute. So the Goswamis gave everything in the hands of Jiva to continue. They trusted him so much, and he is most famous, actually, for his volumes of writings, which I think Tridandi Maharaj spoke about, how he wrote 400,000 verses. It was explained that all the Goswamis together wrote about 1 million verses, and almost half of those were done by Jiva. So, let's see. Yes. Just a minute. Yes, so Lord yes, no, I want to say that bit next, sorry. So actually, Rupa and Sanatan, and picking up in the middle of their stories now, due to their good hearts and the scriptures, they could understand the truth of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And they contacted him many times, but he never answered. This was before they were actually with him. They heard about him and his teachings. So finally, they got one answer. And Mahaprabhu sent the answer that if a wife has a lover, she will serve her husband very nicely. So they immediately understood this meant to do their service very carefully and wait for Krishna and Lord Chaitanya's mercy. And when the time was ready, they would know and it would happen that they could go. So Lord Chaitanya was on his way to Vrindavan with many people following him, but he took a different route to Ramakeli, actually just to see those three brothers. And at night, because they were still working for the Muslims at that time, so when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was there, doing his kirtans and so many people following him, they disguised themselves and they went in the middle of the night in the dark. And they went to where Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was. So it explains, I think it's in Bhakti Ratnakar, that Jiva Goswami at that time, he was a very, very young boy, just a few years old. He'd always heard his father and his uncles speaking with such eagerness about the Lord. And so when he heard, it was such a young age. Oh dear, sorry, I just knocked something off. It was such a young age. But when he heard that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and no, not Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, sorry. When he heard that Rupa and Sanatan were going to see, and Anupam were going to see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he was so young, but he went with others and he secretly followed. He just joined with a group of others and he followed them into the dark of the night at this very young age. And he saw them, that Rupa and Sanatan, they were very big personalities in the government, like officials of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, like prime minister sort of. And he saw them go and bow down at the feet of this very beautiful golden complexion person with lotus eyes. And he watched and he saw, oh, hang on. Can you still hear me? I'm hearing some strange noises.
Yeah, sorry, it's someone else's
okay.
But you've got a minute left, if that's okay.
Oh, is that all?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I had so much more to say. That's terrible. I have 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's terrible. Okay. Anyway, let me go quickly then. Okay, so yeah, this beautiful person they bowed down to. Then Rupa and Anupam met Lord Chaitanya at Prayag, and soon after, Vallabha, Jiva's father, left his body. And when Jiva heard that, and if his uncles had given up everything, he was very attracted. He was so young, but he always played. He had little deities of Krishna and Balaram, and he would dress them, dance with them, sing with them, play with them. Because he'd seen his father embracing Lord Chaitanya when he snuck out that night and they met him, he would actually get the deities and he would take the deities to bed and he would embrace them and place their feet on his head. And so he looked at them like this and he understood. He had a dream one night that this Balaram and Krishna, they actually became Chaitanya and Nityananda. And the dream transformed him so much, he would cry in separation, and he would 24 hours a day be thinking of them. And his mother tried his best to look after him. Sorry, I'm just trying to speed it up. And one night he dreamt Mahaprabhu's tears flowing in. He was absorbed in love. He dreamt of Mahaprabhu manifesting his Sankirtan Leela. And he woke up and it was gone and he cried. But when asleep again, the same dream came and Lord Chaitanya pulled him to one side and told him to go to Vrindavan, that the time was now. So he left his mother I told him he was going to visit an ancestral home, and he got on a boat and went to Navadweep. So I'm going to stop there if my time's up. Oh, that's heartbreaking. I had so many other things to say. Okay.
I think this is the glories of having such an exalted personality that you just cannot stop speaking about them. And I'm sorry that
so much nectar, yes, about Jiva Goswami. Actually, so much beautiful things. Hare Krishna.
I'm sorry.
No problem. What can be done?
But maybe the nectar can be shared another way through the group or something like that.
Yes, no problem. Okay. Anyway, thank you for letting me say something. And for anybody who gets time, if you have a Bhakti Ratnakar, I didn't know if I'd have time to read it, but from page 47 to page 51 is the most delightful, exquisite, heart-melting description of Jiva Goswami. Okay, Haribol. Thank you. Dandavat pranams to everyone. Dandavat pranams to Jiva Goswami. Jai.
Thank you, Yashashwini Didi. This nectar is just like like Gurudev used to explain, like a honey jar.
Beautiful Hari Katha. Thank you.
It's so amazing. So thank you so much, Yashashwini Didi. Just because I'm aware of a little bit of scheduling, otherwise I would allow everyone to speak as long as they wanted to. So do please forgive me for that. But we'll move over to our next speaker. It is another person that I'm honored to invite to speak. This person has come into my life in the last 8 months and has pretty much changed the way I start thinking about things and the way I'm practicing. He's very inspiring, and I'm very fortunate that I have his association. He's our Srila Gurudev disciple, and when he speaks, my heart completely melts when he speaks about Gopal Champu or Vrindavan, Anand Vrindavan. In particular, but I will just introduce our next speaker. His name is Shriman Vipin Bihari Das. Prabhu.
Am I audible to the devotees?
Yeah, you are.
No, okay. That was way too much of glorification for me, but I'll still accept it. Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Guru Vaishnavanasya Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathan Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parjan Sahitam Shri Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhan Vitanasya. First of all, I offer my humble obeisances to the divine lotus feet of my most worshipable spiritual master, Nitya Leela Pravishtom Vishnupada Shtotra Shata, Shri Srimad Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Narayan Goswami Guru Maharaj. Then I offer my humble obeisances to Abhinna Guru Pada Padma, Nitya Leela Pravishtom Vishnupada Shtotra Shata, Shri Srimad Shri Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj Ji, to Bhakti Vedanta Vamana Goswami Maharaj Ji, to the entire Rupa Guru Varga, and then to all the assembled devotees, especially the sannyasis. I can say Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Nemi Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. I heard the wonderful class given by Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Tirandi Maharaj, who was the one who actually inspired me to speak Bhagavatam way back in 2013 and 12. If he's there, it's special thanks to him and special pranams to him. And to all the reverend devotees, please accept my humble obeisances. It's been a pleasure, it's been an honor to be part of such a sangha where it's more like a Ishta Goshti, where there's sharing going on rather than someone sitting on the dais and just giving lectures and others are hearing. So it's very fascinating, very encouraging to hear that there is a group which feels like a family. So I'm really honored and very thankful to be part of this. 2 special days. One is of Jiva Goswami, the other is of Sri Bhagavan Vaman Dev. A lot has been spoken. Just now we heard from Sri Mati, I think Yashaswini Didi. She was talking so beautifully about the life of Jiva Goswami, and it kind of gave us a vision. So Sri Narhari Chakravarti Pada, he has written this book called Bhakti Ratnakara. There, Sri Jiva Goswami Pad's life is being explained in such a wonderful way. It feels like that the entire life and the journey of his, which the way he's going to Navadip to meet with Nityananda Prabhu, basically it all became alive. I was reading one of the Shochaka. Shochak is these are the songs, just like Sri Bhakti Ratnakar is in the form of a book. Similarly, for all these Goswamis, there are songs which are written by Sri Narhari Chakravarti Thakur. Very beautiful songs it has written. And at the beginning of that song, which he is offering to Srila Jiva Goswami, he is saying that Aramura Jivana Dhana Anupera Nandana Shri Jiva Gosai Daya Maya Ati Sucharita Yar Shuni Lage Chamatkar Parama Pandit Mahashaya. Just like Sri Vrindavan Das Thakur says at the beginning of Sri Chaitanya Bhagavata, that Jiva nahi jane ke ho sunite sunite se ho ki adbud Chaitanya Charit Krishna upjive rati jani be ser riti suniya che hoye mahahit. That if anyone hears the pastime of Sriman Mahaprabhu, knowing him to be the Supreme Personality, knowing him to be the combined form of Sri Radha and Krishna, that's perfect. Even if anyone does not know that he is the Supreme Personality, even if they have no idea who Sriman Mahaprabhu is, still if anyone hears his pastimes, there are the dynamic effect of hearing Sriman Mahaprabhu's pastimes is that Krishna upajive rati, one would automatically develop attachment to Krishna. Or that would be Mahahita, that would be the greatest of benedictions. So if anyone hears about these personalities knowingly, unknowingly, the effect would be the same. Just like Narhari Chakravarti Pad says, Shuni lage chamatkar, some magic would take place. And the real magic of Jiva Goswami is the different facets, different aspects of his life. We were hearing the Shat Sandarbhas, very beautifully explained by Sripad Bhaktivedanta Madhav Maharaj Ji, the 10 pramans at the beginning of Tattva Sandarbha, very, very important. And then leading to the Priti Sandarbha. Sandarbhas, as Maharaj Ji said, that these are the chest, these are the jewels in the chest, and it requires really a scholar person to open it. But there is another side of Jiva Goswami, which he has, just like the day of Sri Rupa Goswami, we heard that Rupa Goswami has given Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Rupa Goswami has given many books. But Srila Gurudev would say that Rupa Goswami has personally spoken about himself in a book called Utkallika Vallari, where he is offering his own prayers. Similarly, Jiva Goswami has offered his own prayers in a song which is called Gopal Virudavali. I was reading that last year, very, very powerful song. In that, Jiva Goswami, and this particular song, Jiva Goswami wrote when he was old. So the mentioning of his old age is also there, like he's living in Vrindavan, and he's offering this song to Sri Gopal called Gopal Virudavali. Very, very beautifully done. He says, right at the beginning, he says that Gopal Sukhad Shayam, Gopal Virudavali, Arthaya Shretam Kalpa Virudavali Kalpataha. May this divine creeper, may this desire creeper, which is like a garden, he says, may this song pleases Sri Gopal in Vrindavan. Just like Sripad Madhav Maharaj Ji was saying that it's a must to hear the Leela, which was something which Sri Kaviraj Goswami also mentions in the 4th chapter of Chaitanya Charitamrita, that Anugrahaya Bhaktanam Manushim Tanumashritam, the Lord comes to deliver the jivas, and he takes his human form, and he says that bhajate tadrishi krida saha, that one must hear about the pastimes of the Lord, and if one does not hear about those pastimes, what really happens, it's very, very detrimental. That's why Kaviraj Goswami specifically, he mentions it, that avashya kartavyasya sehi anyatha pratyavaya, if anyone just only hears only the tattva katha and does not hear the pastimes, especially the krida, especially the pastimes of Vrindavan, then what really happens, that is very, very detrimental. That how would one be able to overcome these waves of Maya, which is submerging? I'm basically talking about me. How would I be able to ever overcome if I do not get a little drop of nectar? So Jiva Goswami's life, Jiva Goswami's writing is so amazing, is so amazing. At the beginning of Sri Govardhan Leela, he is talking about, he uses two special terms. I mean, if anyone understands, a bit of the dynamics of Sanskrit, he says it's Govardhan Leela, but the first sentence, the way Jiva Goswami starts, he says, Govardhana Mana Vardhan Leela and Indra Mana Mardan Leela. He speaks everything in such a rhythmic manner, that this particular pastime is to increase the glorification of Govardhana. Why? Because Krishna would be lifting it upon his head. That is like increasing the glorification. And Indra Man Mardan Leela, Indra, who is thinking himself to be the supreme personality, the controller of all, of everything, he would be at the feet of Krishna. But the way he's writing, it does not look like ever that he is actually belittling Indra. The language of Jiva Goswami is so amazing, is so beautiful, that you won't even feel like that he's actually belittling Indra. And I think this sort of language is something which is required whenever spiritual word needs to be spoken. At the beginning of Gopal Champu, why the name became Gopal Champu, that itself is very, very profound. Champu basically means something which has not been even heard before, something which has not been even felt before. Just like at the birth of Krishna, what really happened is that Shri Kavi Karnapur says that Krishna looks like a lotus flower which has not been touched before, which has not been seen before, which the wind has never taken the fragrance of that flower before. Similarly, Champu is something which is like a jaw-dropping experience of someone. When anyone reads Gopal Champu, it is like a jaw-dropping experience, the way he's defining the entire eternal world. It looks so real, it looks so tangible, anyone who reads it. So Jiva Goswami Pad says that this meaning of Champu is like this, that one has this experience which has never been felt before. Now Jiva Goswami Pad, when he's writing this Gopal Virudavali, he says that may this prayer of mine become the garden of desire creepers which fulfills or which satisfies Krishna. Now the desire of the garden of desire creepers could mean a lot. Just like Sriman Mahaprabhu says in Chaitanya Charitamrita, that I am a gardener and I've come with so many flowers and so many fruits, but I only have two hands. I need more hands. So all of these Goswamis are the hands of Sriman Mahaprabhu. All of these Goswamis are the hands of Sriman Mahaprabhu. And Jiva Goswami was personally nourished by Sri Rupa Goswami, like a father, as Srila Gurudev would say, that before Rupa Goswami left his home, Sanatana Goswami left his home, Sri Rupa Goswami left enough wealth for him. There was enough wealth which he left behind so that Jiva Goswami's studies can go regularly without any problem. But then Sri Narari Chakravarti Pa says that though there was enough wealth at home and he learned all the scriptures, but he says that Alpakale Anushana Aishware Nahik Mana. Alpakane Anushana. In a very small time, he was able to learn everything. And Aishware Nahik Mana, he had so much wealth in his house, but still there was no attraction. And what he used to think? He used to play with the deities of Ram and Krishna. He would create the deities, just like Sri Rupa Goswami Pad lovingly created the deity of Radha Damodar and gave it to him. Similarly, during his childhood, Sri Jiva Goswami himself would create the deities of Sri Ram and Krishna. He would decorate them, he would give them bhoga, he would talk to them, and that's how he would constantly think about Vrindavan. Sri Narari Chakravarti Pad says, Ki kaheba anurag tyag kari Gosai. What can I talk about the anurag of Jiva Goswami when even he was at home, he would not even listen to anything else except Krishna Katha. Greha thake anushana. Every moment when he was even a child, he was always absorbed in thinking about Sriman Mahaprabhu, always absorbed in thinking about Sri Ram and Krishna. So, Swami Pa, how much time do I have? I mean, I think I already crossed like 10 odd minutes. Few minutes probably.
You've got about 5 minutes.
Huh?
Sorry,
minutes.
can you hear me? You've got
Okay.
about 5 minutes here.
Yeah, okay, yeah. And if I'm speaking too fast, please let me know. I mean, the Indians speak the English just a bit faster, so I'm really sorry if I'm, erasing. So he says that this desire, may this become the desire creeper. The Jiva Goswami Pad says, why am I writing this? He speaks a very beautiful verse there. He said, Brahma Brahmaja Shave Sarve Janata Jana Shripate. Brahmaji has spoken about the glories of Krishna. Naradji has spoken about the glories of Krishna. Shrave, Shivji has spoken about the glories of Krishna. Sarve Janata Rajyata, all the residents of Shripate, of Sri Narayana, has spoken the glories of Krishna. Then he goes further. He says that Shabda Brahmagana cha te cha Nikhila Brahmandaha. That Shabda Brahmagana, the Vedas have spoken about the glories of Krishna. And in all the spiritual universes, the glories of Krishna is being sung by everybody. And not only they have sung and they have stopped, they are still singing. It's not that they have spoken and they become tired. No. There's nothing called tiredness. Just like I'm talking about myself, there's no end to my material sense gratification desire. So there's no tiredness there. I'm not stopping. I've been going on since eternity. Similarly, Jiva Goswami Pad is saying that I am also, that these personalities, Brahmaji, Shivaji, Naradji, all these personalities are not getting tired. He uses a very beautiful word there. He says, Ashranta Oshtam. Oshtam means the lips. Ashranta means not getting tired. The lips are not getting tired at all. And who they're singing about? Agha Anagha Gayanti. Agha Anagha, the one who killed Aghasur. They're constantly singing his pastimes, constantly singing their pastimes, and they're completely established in this. So if they have sung so much, what is the need for me to write more? Why is it that Sanatana Goswami Pad could not stop his pen? What was it? Why is it that so many of his granthas were given Granth Samadhi at Radha Madan Mohan? Why? Because they're writing. And if you read that Gopal Virudavali, you can find that on Google. It's a very beautiful prayer. In that prayer, there's a unique quality of his that in 5 verses he has spoken from the first chapter of the 10th canto till the 14th chapter. In 5 shlokas, he has spoken all the leelas. In 5 shlokas, he has spoken the entire first chapter of the 10th canto till the 14th chapter. So he says, what is the point of me speaking about all these things when already so many have spoken? And he says, Yadi daya pratipadayam. If everyone has pratipadaya, everyone has spoken, why am I speaking? And he says, Mama Kritama Gadya Padya Chakim. What is me speaking verses and all these things? What is the point? He says that I'm shameless, that's why. I'm a bit shameless. It's like I just can't control myself. I have written 400,000 shlokas in one lifetime, but still I can't control myself. Just like Rukmini ji is saying to Krishna that for me writing a letter to you and asking you to come to kidnap me is not my fault. You must be thinking that I am not nicely raised by the king, by my father, but that is not the case. Your beauty is the fault behind such a chaste woman to write a letter to an unknown person. That's not my fault. It's your fault that you are beautiful. That is why I'm writing you. So you should not say, oh, why is it that Vidarbharaj, why is it that he did not give you any instructions, any lessons on how to behave? That's not my fault. So in a way, Jiva Goswami Pad is saying, I'll just finish this. There is a lot, actually a lot. And I'm really sorry for taking too much of your time. Just another 60 seconds or 120 seconds. Jiva Goswami Pad says that Mugdanam api lubdhanam. Mugdanam means there are poets who are mugda. Mugda means they think they are poets, but actually they are not. And api lubdhanam. And then there are poets who are very, very greedy. Poet has to be very, very greedy to speak something. If he is not greedy, then he can't be a poet. He said Mugdanam api lubdhanam. Mugdanam api lubdhanam. Poet has to be either greedy, but what I am writing right now, it may not depict like a poetry, because if you see that Virudavali which he's singing, there is no pattern. Some shlokas are of 7 verses, and some shlokas are just Shatam Vrindavan, Hitam Vrindavan, that's it. Some shlokas are of 5 verses, some are this. So the calling of Jiva Goswami's heart has taken the form of this Virudavali. Amazing, amazing writings. I mean, just like Srimad Madhav Maharaj said that you can know the Acharya through their writings, and Gurudev said that in one of his lectures right at the end when he was glorifying Srila Jiva Goswami, that Even if we try to go into the books of Jiva Goswami for millions of lifetimes, we would never be able to reach the end of what he has given. So by the mercy of Srila Gurudev, by the mercy of the Vaishnavas, by the mercy of all the Vaishnavas globally, I may not know everybody's names, so please forgive me for that. I've been able to speak something. It's nothing from the heart. It's just some demonstration or just some words. But as Srila Bhaktivigyan Bharati Maharaj Ji says that Vaishnavera Gunagan Haive Jivera Trana Suniya Cha Sadhu Guru Mukhe, that singing of the names of the Vaishnavas, is something which is purifying for myself. That is something which is for my own purification. For some moments, for 10-15 minutes, these words are able to steal my myself from myself, like myself from my material consciousness. And if I've said something which was not correct, please forgive me. Vanshakal Patarubhasya, Kripa Sindhu Bhaivacha, Patitanam Pavanebhyo, Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namah. Hare Krishna.
Vipin Prabhu, we have had a massive request for you to continue speaking, but obviously please forgive me because of time limits, but we've got senior devotees asking you to speak. So what we'll try and arrange is another program where we can speak some more. But what you've just spoken is absolutely beautiful, and I'm speaking on behalf of many people that are listening right now. It's just phenomenal, and thank you for taking the essence of Jiva Goswami Pad and putting it in 15 minutes. So we're very fortunate to even hear such things. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Then pranams to all the devotees. Thank you so much.
So as we move over to our next speaker, I am again very greatly honored to speak about this particular person who has actually, because of her, resuming through the corridor of 108 in Gangamatas temple and grabbing me to take my Diksha from my Harinam from Srila Gurudev on Skype. It's because of her. She's like my eternal mother, my well-wisher, and is always there to support me, and has been supporting me for the last 10 years since I've been practicing. She is the most amazing. She's painted the heart of Srila Gurudev, and it is now throughout the world. Just like Bhaktivinoda Thakur predicted, and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu predicted, that every place around the world in the corners will have the names of Krishna Chaitanya moved. The same as her paintings have been in every corner of every home. Everyone will see that painting and know it. So this person is none other than Srimati Shamarani Didi. Can we? Vasanti Didi, can you hear us? And we can see her.
Can you hear me?
No, I can hear you.
You don't hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I can hear you. So after that larger than life introduction, I pray that by the mercy of our Guru Varga, I don't disappoint you. Also, I'm a little concerned because many elevated speakers spoke before me. So I hope that I'm not just repeating the same thing. So we'll try. Agyanam timirandasya Gyananjana Salakaya Chaksuran Militam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Nama Gurave Gaudachandraya Radhikaya Tvadalaya Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tadabhaktaya Namo Namah.
Vasanti Didi, Shamrani Didi is on mute. Right.
Now is it okay?
Yes, yes, Didi.
Okay, I forgot where I was.
Here,
Yang pravajantam anupetam apeta krityam dvaipayano viraka taruva juhava utreti tanmayataya taravo banedos tang sarvabhuta hridayam munimanatosmi bhaktya vihina aparada lakshay Chaktasya kamadi tarangamari kripamai tvang sharanam prapadyam brinde namaste charanaravinda tavaivasmi najivami tam vina iti vigyaya radhe Tam Nayamam Charanantike. First, I offer my unlimited obeisances in the dust of the lotus feet of my Diksha Gurudev, Nichalila Pravishta Om Vishnupad, Asto to the Sat Shrimad Shalabhakti Vedanta Swami Prabhupada, and my unlimited obeisances in the dust of the lotus feet of my Shiksha Guru, Nichalila Pravishta Om Vishnupad, Asto to the Sat Shrimad Srila Bhakti Vedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj, to all of our Guru Varga, to all the assembled devotees, on this most auspicious day of Vaman Dvadasi, and also the appearance day of Srila Jiva Goswami. So I have from now until what time, Jashodari?
30 minutes, Shamrani Didi, so.
Okay, till 20 after. All right, great. So Srila Jiva Goswami is the nephew of Srila Rupa Goswami, Srila Sanatana Goswami, the son of Anupam, who is the brother of Rupa and Sanatan. And they were all blessed by the mercy and teachings of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in Ramkeli. When he was just a baby, Srila Rupa Goswami brought him to the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who put his hand on Jiva Goswami's head and gave him all blessings. Because he was the only son of the three parents, Rup, Sanatana, and Upama, they gave him everything that he needed. That is education, facility, everything. And when he was just a child, he learned Sanskrit grammar and logic and theosophical philosophy. And when Srila Rupa Sanatan took the renounced order of life and left home, they left a large sum of money for him so that he can continue his studies. Then a few years later, he went to Navadvip and he saw that the whole place was deserted because so many of Mahaprabhu's associates left that place because it was too painful to stay there when every particle of dust is reminding them of Mahaprabhu who left. And he had already left the vision of the mortal world. So a few days after Srila Jiva Goswami arrived, he met with Sri Nityananda Prabhu, who blessed him by putting his foot on Jiva's head and then taking him for parikrama of the entire Navadvip area. And there's a whole book about that, which is called Navadvip Dham Mahatmya, which by Srila Gurudev's mercy, we have Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's book, which is actually just like the Bhagavatam is the trance of Srila Vyasadeva, the Ramayana is the trance of Valmiki. So Navadvip Dham Mahatmya, just as Jiva Dharma came in the trance, the reality of their parikrama came in the trance of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. And so therefore it's by their three combined mercy, plus the mercy of Nityananda's power, Janavadevi, that we know where everything is in Navadvip. So it's amazing what kind of disciple Srila Jiva Goswami was to Nityananda Prabhu. That is, whenever Nityananda Prabhu brought him to a new place, Srila Jiva Goswami, not out of duty, but out of ecstasy, would roll on the ground, weep, shiver. And when Nityananda Prabhu brought him to the house of Sachi Mata, again he rolled and wept at her feet with all 8 transcendental ecstasies, and asked very amazing questions to Nityananda Prabhu. So by his mercy, Nityananda Prabhu explained the nature of the Dham for us down to this present day so that we could benefit from that. There was one time when, Nityananda Prabhu told him that now I want you to go to Vrindavan and study under Srila Rupa Goswami and Sanatana Goswami. So Srila Jiva Goswami took his order upon his head, but on his way to Vrindavan, he stopped off near Puri, where there was a disciple of Srila Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya called Madhusudana Vachaspati. And although previously Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya was preaching Mayavad Vedanta, as you know, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu he converted him. So Madhusudan Vachaspati, his disciple, learned everything from Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya and Rupan Sanatan. And so he was teaching in Varanasi, he was teaching Bhakti Vedanta. That is the Vedanta according to the philosophy of personalism. So Jiva Goswami learned so much from him, and then he went on to take shelter of Rupa and Sanatan. So, and Sanatana Goswami put him under the care of Srila Rupa Goswami. So while under the care of Srila Rupa Goswami, he became Srila Rupa Goswami's proofreader. And Srila Rupa Goswami would read to him everything that he wrote. And in this way, Srila Jiva Goswami, although Rupa Goswami is the guru of the whole universe, he accepted Srila Jiva Goswami as his only Diksha disciple. So one day, while Sri Jiva Goswami, Jiva, was fanning his Gurudev, one elderly Pandit came named Balabhacharya, and he had met Rupa Goswami many, many years before, and he was of the age of Rupa Goswami's father. So Rupa Goswami wanted to show him respect. So Balabhacharya said, "Oh, Rup, what are you reading? What are you writing?" So he showed him. He was writing Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. And so Balabhacharya told him, "Okay, well, very well, I'll take it, I'll read it, and I'll edit it and let you know what mistakes I found." So when Jiva, young Jiva, heard this, he became furious that how could this person assume that he could find mistakes in my guru's writing, Siddhantic mistakes. Grammar is another thing. So after he did his service, he went to the to the river to get water, Srila Rupa Goswami, and there he saw Vallabhacharya just coming to the end of his bathing there. And so he went up to him and said, could you please tell me what you found mistakes in my guru's writing? So Vallabhacharya said, what can you understand? You're a child. No point in talking to you. He said, well, can you tell me anyway, just something? He said, well, do you know Sanskrit grammar? He said, somewhat. Then what can you understand? Please tell me anyway. So he told him what he thought was a mistake, after which a fierce battle ensued, a fierce debate. And Srila Jiva Goswami firmly proved that the Siddhanta of Srila Rupa Goswami was fixed in logic and Vedic scriptures. So then Vallabhacharya, after his bath, he came back to Srila Rupa Goswami and he said, who's that boy, that young boy who is fanning you? So Rupa Goswami said, oh, he's my disciple. He's the son of my brother and he's not very well behaved. He said, no, he is a genius. He's so intelligent. And he told Rupa Goswami what happened. So after he left, Rupa Goswami called for Jiva Goswami and said, oh, you're so intolerant. You couldn't tolerate that person who's senior to me, just wanted to help me for my benefit. And you just as well as criticized him, belittling him. So leave. I don't want you anymore in my ashram. So Jiva Goswami began crying and crying, but he had to follow the order of his guru. So he went to a village nearby, near Nandagaon, and he was performing bhajan. Like, these days, if a guru chastises you and sends you away, well, Gurudev said, you'll put on the internet, this is not a bona fide guru, no one follow him. So Jiva Goswami, he was feeling bereft of his guru's mercy and weeping in separation, but at the same time chanting all day and night and not eating anything. So many villagers there were impressed with his deep bhajans and mood, and they were bringing him all kinds of eatables, which he was rejecting. And he was fasting, and after a few days, he became quite emaciated. And then some days after that, Srila Sanatana Goswami, who was touring all the villages, and he would be telling the villages, so how are you? How's the family? Is your daughter married yet? Just to create some sambandha and then gradually bring the conversation around to Krishna consciousness. So he came to that village, and the villagers approached him, offered obeisances. Oh, Baba, we thought that you were the greatest Bhajananandi, but now we see that there's a young boy who's much greater than you. He cries day and night. 24 hours he's doing bhajan, chanting Hare Krishna and weeping. He won't accept any food. So immediately Sanatana Goswami could understand that this is our Jiva. And so he took him and brought him back to Srila Rupa Goswami and asked him, what is the duty of the Vaishnava? What is the duty of Guru? And Rupa Goswami said, it's to be compassionate to the Jivas. So then Sanatana Goswami said, so you'll be compassionate to all Jivas except this Jiva? And then he put Jiva in the lap of Rupa Goswami, and they both wept. And then Rupa Goswami gave him all medical treatment, and then gradually, day by day, he returned to his normal strength. So a few years after that, he became very famous as a scholar, writer of some of the most important Vaishnava literature, which to this day has transformed the whole world. And he was inspired by Srila Gopal Bhatta Goswami, who was always hearing from Rupa and Sanatan, and also studying the books of Madhvacharya and Ramanujacharya. And from those four and their scriptures, he compiled many notes in his notebook. So Srila Jiva Goswami took from those notes, and he learned much Siddhanta from, this is all, of course, Nara Lila, because Srila Jiva Goswami wrote his books where? In Goloka Vrindavan, and then came here and manifested it in this world. So there's no question on one hand of learning from one person, then knowing something, but by human-like pastimes, in order to teach us the process of hearing and following the precepts and the Siddhanta. Actually, that's the real meaning of initiation. Srila Gurudev explained that Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur is known as that he took, our Srila Prabhupada said that Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur took initiation from Srila Jagannath Babaji Maharaj, which he didn't. He took initiation from Bipina Bihari, and he took Shiksha, Bhajan Shiksha, from Jagannath Babaji. So why did Prabhupada write that he's the initiated disciple of Srila Jagannath Babaji? Srila Gurudev explained that one who fully accepts the mood and siddhanta of the previous acharya, that's just like Diksha, it's like initiation. So Jiva Goswami heard all this from Srila Gopal Bhatta Goswami and from Rupa Goswami and Sanatana Goswami, and then taking the notes of Gopal Bhatta Goswami and the books of Rupa and Sanatan, like Ujjvala Nilamani, Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Brihad Bhagavatamrita, he began to compile his Sat Sandarbha. So what does Sandarbha mean? Sat, of course, means six. Sandarbha means a chest of invaluable jewels. Isn't that amazing? The 6 chests of unlimited invaluable jewels. So Gopal Bhatta taught him Sambandha, which means what is our relationship with Krishna? Abhideya, what are the dealings of that relationship that one performs in order to reach perfection? And prayojana, what is that perfection? Actually, Mahaprabhu said there are only 3 things in all the unlimited verses of thousands of Vedic scriptures, and that is these 3, Sambandha, Abhideya, and Prayojana. So in the first 4 Sandarbhas, that is Tattva Sandarbha, Bhagavad Sandarbha, Paramatma Sandarbha, and Krishna Sandarbha, Srila Jiva Goswami deals only with Sambandha. That is, in Tattva Sandarbha, that what is the Jiva? What is the Tattva of Jiva? What is Jiva Tattva? What is Maya Tattva? Racing the clock. What is Maya Tattva? What is Bhagavad Tattva? What is the goal of life? What is the sadhan to reach that goal? And he established the Vedas as the supreme authority over mental speculation or any other kind of evidence. You know Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Dasmul Tattva? I think that's all coming from Srila Jiva Goswami's Sat Sandarbhas, if you know what's in the Sandarbhas. And then in the Bhagavad Sandarbha, he established the 4 forms of the Absolute Truth, who is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. which he's able to do, which he's able to have these four forms by the mercy of his Achintya Swarup Shakti, in other words, Srimati Radhika. That is his own Swarup, his Tat Rupa by Baba, that is all of his incarnations, all of their abodes, and all of their pastimes. The Jiva and the Pradhan, or the material nature, and Srila Jiva Goswami compared that with the sun. That is four features of the sun globe, the globe of everything that's in the sun disk, the sun's rays, that's the jivas, and the reflected light, which means really it's the reflection in the darkness from the light of Bhagavan. So Srila Jiva Goswami established these four features. And then in Krishna Paramatma Sandarbha, he discusses all about the Lord as Paramatma. In the Krishna Sandarbha, he establishes Krishna as Krishna Stu Bhagavan Swayam, that Krishna is the source of all incarnations. He's not an incarnation of Lord Narayan. Everyone's an incarnation of him, just like rivulets in the river. And he established also, very importantly, the Brahma Madhva Gaudiya Sampradaya as in philosophical foundation. And I want to read this sentence so I get every word right. In Srila Gurudev's Gopi Geet. So in the back of Gopi Geet, there's a little article about each commentator. So of course, one of the commentators that Srila Gurudev was quoting in his explanation of Gopi Geet is Srila Jiva Goswami. So then we put his lecture on Jiva Goswami in the back of that Gopi Geet, so anybody who hasn't already read that can do so. So this is Gurudev's sentence. He protected the flowing, like in his Gopal Champu, it's full of ras, and in all of the Goswami's literature, so much ras, especially Srila Rupa Goswami, such deep, intimate pastimes of Radha and Krishna. So Gurudev wrote that Srila Jiva Goswami protected the flowing river of ras with the large rocks of Siddhanta on both sides of its banks. So amazing. So then in the Bhakti Sandarbha, he talks about the 64 kinds of bhakti and how that comes to 9 to 5 and all that. And he discusses also Guru Tattva. What are the qualities of a guru? What to do if a guru not falls down, because if he falls down, it means he was always fallen. But what to do if he shows his fallenness, and what is the qualification of an unbona fide guru, and what to do when you see that in your guru. That is guru, very famous verse, guru of ellipsis. That is, if you see that the guru doesn't know what to do and what not to do, which Jiva Goswami explained in his commentary, means that he's offensive to pure devotees. He doesn't know what not to do. Then immediately reject him and accept a bona fide guru. Then he also explained there the 5 types of prem. That is Shantaras, very elaborately. Shantaras, and also, Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. He has a commentary on Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, which is very, very beautiful. So Srila Gurudev explained that by studying his books and studying his conduct, what he did was he took all the previous scriptures, the ones written by Srila Vyasadeva 5,000 years ago, the ones written by the Goswamis 500 years ago, and his books are a commentary and expanded version, just like Chaitanya Charitamrita is the Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami's fluffing out the cotton of the notes that he got from Raghunath Das Goswami and Swarup Damodar. So I have only 7 minutes left. And in that time, I wanted to talk about the oneness of the teachings of Srila Jiva Goswami. This subject has been one of debate for many years, even at the time of previous acharyas, that some people think, the Sahajis actually, think at Radhakund, Patara, think that Srila Jiva Goswami is saying one thing about the Sarup of the Jiva, and Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur began the not following him. And all of his line, meaning Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, our Param Gurudev, Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Goswami Maharaj, Srila Gurudev, Srila Prabhupada, Srila Sridhar Maharaj, both Puri Maharajas, Srila Gaura Govinda Maharaj, everybody else is different from Jiva Goswami. Now, if anybody thinks that, that means he does not understand the meaning of the term unbroken chain of disciplic succession. All of our acharyas explain that the message of Vyasadeva, the message of everybody in his line, the message of Mahaprabhu and everybody in his line, it was the same millions of years ago, it was the same thousands of years ago, it was the same hundreds of years ago, and it's the exact same message today. If the message is actually different, then the person is not in disciplic succession. We read in Srila Prabhupada's, in the introduction to his Isopanishad, that is, what are the Vedas? From Brahma, Narada, Madhva, Vyas, all of them, it's the same exact message. The words may be different, but the message is exactly the same. Because words can't be understood anyway. The only way we can understand the words of the acharyas like Jiva Goswami, who, although he explained the words of Rupa and Sanatan and Gopal Bhatta Goswami and the previous scriptures, the Puranas, the Upanishads, still his writing is so complex that his points sometimes are not clear, they're not distinct. And Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur is the first person who actually made his philosophy very, very simple and clear for the modern age. So Srila Gurudev is giving, Prem Prayojana Prabhu asked Srila Bharati Maharaj, now I'm counting my seconds here. He asked Srila Bharati Maharaj, there seems to be a difference between Srila Rupa Goswami and Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur in terms of the Sarup of the Jiva. That is, in his Paramatma Sandarbha, Jiva Goswami says that, or seems to say that the Jivas are all the same, that there's no particular Vaishishta or speciality between one and the other. Whereas Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, he says that there's an individual swarup or individual constitutional form, identity, rasa, relationship with Krishna, latent in everyone's soul since the time of the quote-unquote creation of each soul. Of course, we're eternal, so therefore creation is in quotes. And Srila Sanatana Goswami says the same thing in his Brihad Bhagavatamrita. So how to reconcile? Because both Bhaktivinoda Thakur, he's Gadadhar Pandit, he's Kamala Manjari. Gadadhar Pandit is no other than Radha. So he's a pure devotee. Srila Jiva Goswami, Vilas Manjari, he's a pure devotee. How do we reconcile these two apparently different statements? So Srila Bharati Maharaj quickly replied that there's actually no difference in their statements. The words may be different, but the message is the same. The acharyas speak in their own way. Like, for example, Srila Sridhar Maharaj, Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Maharaj, he speaks such poetry. So they speak in their own way, but they're saying exactly the same thing. And as Jiva Dharma says, anybody who speaks from the spiritual world, who's there, who's not conditioned, only the people in the spiritual world can understand them. Nobody from here can understand because we have 4 defects. Even if Jiva Goswami speaks, Gurudev said, there's going to be some fault, not in Jiva Goswami, but in the clarity of the words for us here in this world. And the only way to understand the words of Jiva Goswami and any acharya, and after all the scriptures are nothing but the recorded words of the acharyas, even Vyasadeva is acharya. So Srila Bhaktivedanta Bharati Maharaj explained that only by sadhana one can understand what is the meaning of all the acharyas and how they're all the same. So he said that by tattva siddhanta, tattva vichar, or the consideration of philosophy, all jivas are the same. Jivera Swarupa Hoy Krishnara Das. They're all Krishna Das. They're all Satchidananda. They're all beyond matter. But by ras, they all have the seed of 5 different rasas. And they're all das, but each ras each ras is das. Mother Yasoda is das. Patrak is das. But their intensity of das depends on the mamata. That is, Mother Yasoda has much more mamata. So Krishna's servant will prepare his bath, but Mother Yasoda will know exactly how he wants it, exactly. Because she has the mamata, she's feeling him more. So the sameness is, yes, everyone is das, but the bud is a mango, the unripe mango is a mango, the ripe mango is a mango. They're all mango. So all the rasas are das. So by ras, each soul is distinct. Everyone has the seed of a different ras, as you can see on the cover, the seed, whatever is the seed, that's what the fruit will come out to be. But by tattva, everyone has the same ingredients. So very importantly, in chapter 5 of this book, it's entitled Attains Means Manifest. So there was some confusion about the verse of Srila Jiva Goswami in his Priti Sandarbha. He writes that in the spiritual world, there are unlimited spiritual forms which are expansions from the effulgence of the Lord, which are near Jiva. That means although they're alive, they're dormant, they're not conscious. I mean, there are unlimited servants of the Lord that are active, doing something, but like a parked car, there are bodies, or like a coat in the closet, there are bodies, spiritual bodies, that are not doing any service, but they're waiting for a particular jiva to do sadhana and come to perfection, at which time the swarup of the jiva mixes with this form, which is also swarup, and the two of them mix together, and then the jiva can serve with that spiritual body. So Srila Gurudev said, what does Jiva Goswami mean by this? Because Srila, all of his line Baladev Vijaybhusan, Srila Viswanath Chakrabarti Thakur, Narottam Das Thakur, everybody in Srila Jiva Goswami's line, and Bhaktivinoda Thakur down and all of his followers all say that there's an individual swarup, ras, in every jiva that was given by Krishna. He gave everybody the seed of a particular taste. This is described also in Brihad Bhagavatamrita, who Srila Jiva Goswami considers Sanatana Goswami as his guru. He writes that in the his commentary, in one of his commentaries to one of the verses in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. So what is it that mixes? Gurudev said, how can I'm just coming to the end. I just want to complete this one argument of Srila Gurudev. How can the jiva have two siddhadeyas, two forms? One that he already has by nature and one that's waiting for him. So what does Jiva Goswami mean? What does he mean that mixes? It's not the jiva and another outside form. What mixes is Bhagavad Kripa, Guru Kripa, mixes with the jiva sadhan. You know the example of the monkey and the cat. I think everybody here knows that. You know the example of 2 inches. Mother Yasoda's rope was 2 inches too small, meaning you need two things, not only your sadhana. Mother Yasoda was doing her labor, but she needed Krishna's mercy. So sadhana plus mercy makes Swarup Shakti fully descend on the heart of the sadhak. And at that time, he realizes his Swarup. He already knows it. He's doing the sadhana for it. But now it's revealed where he can see himself and he can see God. So there are many, many quotes from Srila Jiva Goswami all over this book. But this time is running out now, so I'm just discussing this one verse, which is in controversy. And Jiva Goswami, in order to support this verse, in the next verse, he quotes Narad is leaving his body and quote unquote attaining a spiritual body and leaving this body. So what does that mean? Srila Gurudev explained that too, knowing the real heart of Srila Jiva Goswami by his own power and by the power of his Guru Varga up to Bhaktivinoda Thakur. That is Narada's Panchabhotik body, his material body, left, it dropped, and his spiritual body looked just like his material body. So the thing is that he already had a spiritual body, but the mood of the Panchabhotik body, the mood of identifying with the body, disappears when the parabdha karma or the manifest karma of the jiva disappears by sufficient bhajan. It doesn't make sense if you not already familiar with that subject. So really, he already had a spiritual body, and that manifests when his mood of identification with matter was finished. So in this way, Srila Gurudev, and then he, of course, also explained that Jiva Goswami wrote everything in Goloka Vrindavan. The Goloka Vrindavan residents can understand, conditioned souls can understand. Bhaktivinoda Thakur, who's from there, he explained Srila Jiva Goswami. And let's take Brahma Samhita. Srila Gurudev is explaining Brahma Samhita, very cryptic treatise of Lord Brahma, which has the same philosophy of this Rupa, the Jiva, and everything else. And then Jiva Goswami wrote elaborate commentary, which is still cryptic. So Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur explains Srila Jiva Goswami's commentary on the Brahma Samhita. So when we were collecting the ingredients for this, we knew that there's no difference in acharyas. And Srila Jiva Goswami, by his showing all these verses and Gurudev's explaining them, really showed that Jiva Goswami is our friend. Srila Gurudev, one last sentence, Srila Gurudev wanted to establish a school of Sanskrit in Vrindavan in the line in the teachings of Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur. He said, why am I doing this? There's already a Sanskrit schools in Vrindavan, but they're following the Sahajiya lines, and therefore they're offensive to Srila Jiva Goswami, and therefore I want to start this university. I don't know the name, and I don't know if it actually even manifested. So, Srila Jiva Goswami ki jai, Srila Jiva Goswami Abhibhav Titi Maha Mahotsav ki jai, Srila Vamana Dwadasi ki jai, Gaur Premanandi. Panchakopachu Vyashtrakapisabhyacha Patitanam Pavani Vyo Vaishnavi Vyo Namo Namaha. Thank you. Thank you, Yasodhari.
Thank you so much, Gauranga Didi. It was absolutely beautiful, and every time you explain anything so difficult, you make it sound so easy and so edible. So I'm really, really, really lucky that I've got you as association. So thank you so much.
That's your kindness and Prabhupada's and Gurudev's mercy.
Hopefully we will meet again very soon, because in London and in the UK definitely we're missing your sangha. So hopefully we'll meet again very, very soon and have you speak again, if that's okay.
I so much look forward to that. Hare Krishna.
Okay, Radhe Radhe.
Radhe Radhe.
Okay, so as we move over to our next speaker, I would like to invite another Srila Prabhupada disciple who has been with Srila Prabhupada from a very young age. He's the best MC that I know. Actually, in London, he is the normal MC, and I've learned very much from him. And he's very sweet in nature, and everything that he speaks is from the heart. And I'm very fortunate to invite this personality who I admire and look forward to always hearing from. And I'm always inspired. He is none other than our Jiva Bhavana Prabhu.
So am I on?
You are.
Okay. Wow. So many great speakers. I had researched a lot of things, and as I researched, I've been subtracting everything that's been said already from what I've researched, and I'm left with a few remnants, thankfully. Namaste Shramanu Api Sachiputra Mata Sarupam Rupam Tashakaram Muktarim Maturim Bostavatim Radha Kundam Giri Varamaho Radhika Madhavasyam Patro Yasya Patitaya Kripayasi Gurum Tanosmi Panchakalpatruvyaschа Kripa Sindhuvevacha Patitanan Pavanevyo Vaishnavevyo Namo Namah. So I mainly wanted to touch upon the Satsandarbha, and many of the previous speakers have. So I'm going to try to touch upon some of the philosophical points that were not mentioned and not elaborated upon. First of all, although it's been already mentioned that Srila Jiva Goswami is Vilas Manjari, I just thought it'd be nice to also mention that apparently the color of her dress is like that of a bumblebee, and that her mood is said to be gently opposed, Vamana Mridvi. That is the mood of Jiva Goswami. Also, in Jiva Goswami says that there are three types of discussion: Vada, Jalpa, and Vitanda. In Vada discussion, the motive of all concern is to find the truth. And this is the ideal type of discussion is for people who are sober and impartial about the outcome. They simply want to know what the truth is of the matter, and they can be said to be in the mode of goodness or on the transcendental platform. Another type of discussion is known as Jalpa, and that is where one is not interested in what is being said by the others, whether there's some truth or not in there. Simply one wants to be heard, and any other view or contribution is of no interest. And this is generally people in the mode of passion, and you find a lot of that in on Facebook, especially when it comes to the realm of politics. And Vedanta is discussion in the mode of ignorance. And in this version, the truth has no value. One simply wants to win at all costs and will change the goalposts or deny what they said and say that they meant something else. So these are the three types of discussions mentioned by Jiva Goswami. There are many, many books that were mentioned. I have a long list here of books by Jiva Goswami, but I won't mention them. We know that the 6 Sandarbhas are treatises or treasure chests. There's the Tattva Sandarbha, Bhagavat, Paramatma, Krishna, Bhakti, and Priti Sandarbha. And there's also another commentary known as the Krama Sandarbha, which is a commentary on the Bhagavat Purana and is also sometimes described as the 7th of the 6 Sandarbhas, like that. So in the first part, which was very much elaborated upon by His Holiness Shripad Madhava Maharaj, is called the Tattva Sandarbha. And basically there, it is a thesis upon how do we understand the nature of the absolute truth. And as was mentioned, there were various pranams or evidences used in Vedic philosophy to come to a conclusion. And as Madhava Maharaj so nicely explained, that the highest evidence is Shabda Brahma because it is free from Parashara Shabda. It is free from the 4 defects of material nature or the conditioned soul. So those 4 defects just is Brahma, or that is the defect of illusion, of which there is 2 types. One is doubt, and one is to mistake impermanent objects as permanent and pleasure-giving. There's Paramata, the second of the 4 defects. It means that inadvertently we are prone to making mistakes. The third defect, vipralapsya, is the propensity to cheat, which we see very much in the material world, sometimes between spouses and politicians, etc., etc. And then there's the 4th defect of imperfect senses and how we're limited in our ability to acquire knowledge through our senses. So in this Tattva Sandarbha, which is the first of the 6, Srila Jiva Goswami establishes that we have to go beyond these 4 defects, and that can only be understood by Goloka Premadam, that which is descending directly from Goloka or the spiritual Visuddha Sattva platform. We have to approach a perfect personality and a perfect body of knowledge coming from the supreme source. So this is the first thing that is dealt with in the Satsandarbhas. And the main thing is that he proves by going through these different pramans that the Srimad Bhagavatam is the most authoritative evidence directly pointing to the absolute truth. So that is the first of the 6 Sandarbhas. The second is the Bhagavat Sandarbha. And that is where, as is quoted by Srila Prabhupada and all of our acharyas, Vedanti tat tatvat Vedas, Sattvam Jagyaram Avayam, Brahmati Paramati Bhagavatam Iti Shabdate. That the absolute truth is realized in 3 phases, understanding by the knowledge of the absolute truth, and all of them are identical, but they are different phases, Brahman being the impersonal, Paramatma, etc. So here, in Bhagavat Sandarbha, Srila Jiva Goswami draws a distinction between the impersonal Brahman, localized Paramatma, and the descriptions of the spiritual world, and the Sudasattva position of the Supreme. He also explains the eternality of deity worship and the omnipotence of the deity, how Krishna is all pervasive. He's giving shelter to everyone. His subtle and gross potencies, his personal manifestations, his expressions of form, quality, and pastimes, and his transcendental position above all in his complete form. So that is the Bhagavat Sandarbha. The next one is the Paramatma Sandarbha. And there's 2 main points here. One, that the Lord is always full of 6 opulences, and mainly that he is full of wealth, renunciation, fame, knowledge, strength, beauty. If we, as I was researching this Bhagavad Sandarbha, I mean, the entire Sat Sandarbha, I came to realize just how much Srila Prabhupada and Srila Gurudev has given to us, because everything that is covered by Jiva Goswami has been fed to us and in our training throughout years of devotional service. So we know that Krishna is full of 6 opulences. And we also know that there's a Paramatma, the Supreme Lord, is situated in everyone's heart, or Arjuna is directing the wanderings of all living entities who are seated on as on a machine made of material energy. We know this from Bhagavad Gita. But also in this particular part of the Sat Sandarbha, what is most important is that Jiva Goswami comments regarding the conception that was given by Sankaracharya, Vivarta Vada, which says that one imagines the separate entities, namely the cosmic manifestation, that the living entities to all be one, that it is all one, and that there's a what is called a theory of transformation. Of course, in the invocation of Shri Upanishad, Srila Prabhupada says, and Jiva Goswami also quotes, Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudashate Purnasya Purnam Adaya Purnam Eva Vishishate. The personality of Godhead is complete. And because he is completely perfect, all emanations from him, such as this phenomenal world, are perfectly equipped as complete whole. Whatever is produced of the complete whole is also complete in itself. And because he is the complete whole, even though so many complete units emanate from him, he remains the complete balance. Just like if we have a tree and the tree is producing, some say lemons, and there's so many lemon seeds, and we plant those seeds, so many more lemon trees can be produced, but the original tree is not diminished in any way. So in this way, Srila Jiva Goswami refutes and defeats this monistic philosophy. The next Sandarbha within the Tattva Sandarbha, I believe we're up to number 4, is the Krishna Sandarbha, the 4th Sandarbha. And this book proves that basically Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead by citing the opinions of Sridhar Swami. There's a long explanation of how Krishna expands himself, which we often meditate upon when we speak about the appearance of Balaram and Lord Nityananda. And then eventually there's also a description of, after we hear about all different 4-handed descriptions of the Supreme, the 2-handed description, and the Goloka planet and Vrindavan, and the identity of Goloka and Vrindavan, and the Yadavas, the cowherd boys, the eternal associates, and so many other manifestations like the queens of Dwarka and the super excellence of the gopis, etc. So, so Jiva Goswami, he gives a number of quotes here from various scriptures to prove that basically Krishna is the original and supreme personality of Godhead. After this, as I said, mentioning the functionality of different expansions and coming to a description of Goloka and Vrindavan and of the gopis. And he mentions there how Radha is the topmost among them, but goes into detail later on. So now we come to the 5th of the 6 Sandarbhas. And that Sandarbha there explains how devotion to Krishna is directly executed, and how through the execution of devotional service, the self is manifest through the bhakti potency. He also explains the potency of imperfectly executed bhakti and the differences between a great and ordinary devotee, spontaneous love of God, Raganuga Bhakti, and the specific purpose of becoming a devotee and other perfectional stages. Aside from all of that, within this, there's also a discussion of Varnashram Dharma and the details on the worship of minor deities in the Hindu pantheon as being futile compared to the worship of Krishna and his devotees. So within this Bhakti number 5, Bhakti Sandarbha of the Satsandarbhas, there is a great amount of praise and given to unmotivated devotional service, just as Srila Gurudev would always emphasize this point with us. So there is an explanation how each devotee can achieve the platform of unmotivated devotional service by the association with other devotees. And herein is where we have to understand the difference between a Mahabhagavat and an ordinary devotees. So it is by the association of Mahabhagavat devotee that we can become free from karma, gyan, and the other types of pollutions to pure devotional service. It's also mentioned here that that bhakti is independent, is not dependent. Sometimes it is taught or believed that one has to go through all of these stages, and one has to, after performing karma yoga, then one becomes a jnani and like that. Although that may be true in the evolution of the soul through many lives, that they go through these stages, bhakti is not dependent upon that. Bhakti is simply dependent on association with a Mahabhagavat. And it doesn't matter what other process one has followed perfectly or imperfectly. It is by that association that one gets bhakti. Just like Srila Prabhupada used to say, I have created your good fortune. So although there's so many types of liberations of the soul, it's also explained in this part, becoming getting a body like the Lord, residing in Vaikuntha like that. Ultimately, the devotee who is elevated to the highest position of unmotivated devotional service and completely not desirous of any type of liberation, how this is the highest conception of the performance of Bhakti Yoga. So then the last, or the 6, I hope I'm not running out of time. How much time do I have?
You've got 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Okay. So luckily, the other devotees touched a little bit, Yashashvini and Prabhu, Vipin Prabhu, on a lot of the wonderful pastimes and the nectar of Krishna's relationship with his devotees. So Priti Sandarbha, the last, is a thesis on divine love, the supreme object being Krishna, and where love for God or prema is considered the highest form of liberation, following on from the previous Sandarbha that we mentioned. So, so the conclusion that prema bhakti is the topmost, and how to attain prema, how it's awakened, the symptoms of one who's attained it is described, just like the nectar of devotion goes through so many symptoms, is also touched upon in this Sandarbha. And most importantly, a discussion is there between the distinction between mundane lust and divine love, which again, Srila Prabhupada went through great pains to explain to us, just like the difference between two metals, lead and gold. They're both metals, but the quality is different. So the transcendental dealings of Krishna and his super excellent devotees, especially in Madhurya Rasa, divine love, is completely different from our mundane experiences. Also in this particular Sandarbha, the overlapping of different rasas or rasa bhas is discussed, and the glories of Radharani. So there's a lot to be said, which I'm trying to eliminate, because the different types of humors and mellows that are enjoyed, relishing in the so-called lusty affairs of the gopis and Krishna are really delved into. But most important, this Sandarbha leaves us with an understanding of Radharani's direct enjoyment and separation enjoyment, the enjoyment in previous attraction and the glories of her love. So this, of course, is an ocean of discussion. Srila Gurudev gave us so many examples of how when Radharani is with Krishna, she still experiences his presence, just like we heard during Radhastami, how she's sitting on the lap. Madhu Mangal chases away the bee. He comes back and he says that Madhusudana is gone, and she goes into a complete trance, and she starts of separation, and Krishna goes, wow. And from there is born his desire to come as Mahaprabhu, to understand her moods. So I hope I didn't repeat anything too much. I definitely subtracted a lot. I feel very humbled in speaking after so many elevated devotees who actually realize what they're saying, whereas I don't. I'm just trying to grab onto branches that are way above my head. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Jiva Prabhu. It was so beautiful. Like you always, it's really important to actually know this, and we've heard that Jiva Goswami Pad is known as the Tattva Acharya. So these things we need to know to be able to progress and distinguish, to progress in bhakti. So thank you so much for explaining that to us as well. Okay, so we're on our last two speakers, and I'm really happy to.
Was I on time?
Yeah, you was actually. You was way on time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did well. I would like to invite our next speaker, who is another Srila Prabhupada disciple sitting in America, who spent many years with Srila Prabhupada, and also spent many years with our Srila Gurudev and helped with publications. And I'm very humbled and honored to ask Atul Krishna Prabhu to speak something for us.
Thank you, Didi. Namasrishtam manumapi sachi putramatra svarupam rupam tasya rajamurupanim maturim goshtavatim radha kundam gidivaramaho radhika madhava sham prapto yasya pratitikratayastari gurum tam natosmi. I, first of all, want to offer my pranams to all the Vaishnavas in the face of so many speakers who have said such profound truths. I feel like I'm an imposter, but by speaking something, Vaishnavas will remember me. And so for my own benefit, I will try to say something. In the 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, chapter 87, the personified Vedas offer prayers to Bhagavan Narayan. Nibita Naramanun Nanokshadata Yoga Yujodhadayan Munaya Upasate Tarayokpiga Yusmanana Sri Urigendra Bhoga Bujadanda Vishakta Dio Vayamapite Samasamadrishunga Saroja Sudha. They say that there are great munis who do very, very hard tapasya and forcibly pound their mind and senses and vital airs into submission so that they can achieve the same result which is achieved by demons who are slain by the Lord. But the gopis, on the other hand, their minds are always being distracted of thoughts of being embraced by the beautiful arms of Sri Krishna, which are shaped like the bodies of the kings of serpents. And the personified Vedas say, we instead want to become the dust particles on the feet of those gopis. So then Shukadeva Goswami has spoken one verse, Aho bhakiyam stanakalakutam jigamsa yapaya raptya sadvi dhatruchatam to tantonyam kambadayalum shadanam vrajema. How amazing it is that the sister of Bakasura, Putana, was killed by Krishna, and she achieved a destination like a nurse of Krishna. Gurudev explained, she would have gotten a destination in Golok, not in Golok Vrindavan, but in Golok, and could have been like a Parosi neighbor of Yashoda Maya. Such a special position. Why did she not instead get this same liberation given to sages, entering into Brahmajyoti, getting Sayujya Mukti? Aho, Shukadeva Goswami saying this is very astonishing. It is amazing. We don't know how this has happened. Oh, Gurudev has explained something. There was this sister of Bali Maharaj named Ratnavali, and she was present when Vamana Dev came before Bali Maharaj begging 3 paces of land. And Bali Maharaj was saying, I can give you more. Why are you only asking for 3 paces of land? He said, no, that is all I require. If someone cannot be satisfied with a simple thing, they will not be satisfied by any amount. If the mind and senses are not conquered, it is not possible to be satisfied. So even Bhagavan Vishnu has given advice we can also give our own children. If you are not satisfied with a little, you won't be satisfied with a lot. Anyway, then he covered in 2 paces the entire world and entire upper planets and pierced the covering of the universe and said to Bali, where will I put my 3rd pace? He said, you please put it on my head. And then he treated Bali Maharaj as a criminal, had him bound with the snake ropes of Varuna. And when Vamana Dev first came there, Ratnavali was thinking, oh, he is so beautiful, he is so cute, he is so sweet. I wish he were my child. I would take him on my lap and give him the milk from my breast. This is what she was thinking. And Sri Vamana Dev is so very kind. He thought, Tatastu, you can take me and give me milk from your breast. But then when she saw how Bali Maharaj was treated like a criminal and bound up and punished, because this was actually the reciprocation with Bali Maharaj. Bali Maharaj showed the example of Atmanivedanam by surrendering himself. There would be no meaning to Atmanivedanam if he had not simply been taken and used any which way and punished for not fulfilling his promise. So when Ratnavali saw this so-called mistreatment, she thought, if he were my son, I would feed him poison and kill him. And so Bhagavanji said, Tatastu. So she came in her next birth as Putana, the sister of Bakasura. And she came to Vrindavan with Kalakuta poison smeared on her breast. And so when she took Krishna, Krishna closed his eyes for a moment. And he remembered, oh, how I will give her this destination. So she was actually given not the destination that is given to the demons who are slain by the Lord, which the personified Vedas are saying, you know, all of these big munis and sages, they are doing such hard tapasya to achieve this destination of Sayuja Mukti. It's the same thing gotten by demons slain by the Lord. We don't think very much of it. Let us instead take the dust of the feet of the gopis on our head. Let us become blades of grass and braj. And so Ratnavali became Putana, and Putana achieved such a destination of going to stay in Golok. Now, Gurudev has also given some distinction. There were many conversations when we were working on Sri Brahma Samhita, because Sri Brahma Samhita describes the outer part of Golok. There is a part of a Golok where there is some knowledge of there is some awareness of Aishwarya. But the inner part of Golok, Golok Vrindavan, that is the part where the depth of the sweetness of the love of Brajvasis is such that even though there is everything, all gyan, everything, it is buried under sweetness. Gurudev gave the explanation, if you have 1 cup of salt, 1 cup of sugar, you will taste the salt. If you have 1 cup of salt, 100 cups of sugar, you will not taste any salt. So Gurudev has explained so many things. And Gurudev also, as we are talking on Srila Jiva Goswami, what is the importance of Tattva Siddhant? Tattva Siddhant is so important, and Gurudev would always drill everyone. He would call on everyone. Why Gurudev did this? Because Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami said that that person who avoids the topics of Tattva Siddhant, philosophy, is like the person who does not eat food grains and they become sick and weak. So devotees must strengthen their mind by hearing Tattva Siddhant. Srila Jiva Goswami has given such very intensely structured Tattva Siddhant including the entire Sanskrit commentary of Srila Jiva Goswami in Brahma Samhita. It is very dense Sanskrit. And he has given one quotation after another in shorthand from all Upanishads. In case anyone has any doubt, because this was actually the precedent from Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur and Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, Jagadguru Srila Prabhupada Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, he also did this, because everyone should understand the underlying Praman and how, if anyone has any doubts, and they could read that commentary on Brahma Samhita by Srila Jiva Goswami, he will give this Upanishad is given that Upanishad is given the other thing, and he has given every single quote to support every principle of Gaudiya Vaishnava Tattva Siddhanta. So I wanted to say a few words, and I have used my time, and I thank you very much. I ask you all, please remember me and give your blessings. I am a very fallen and unqualified person, and I do not deserve to be speaking in such an assembly, but you remember me and I will make some advancement. Hare Krishna and Dandavat Pranams. Vancha Kalpatarubhishya Kripasandabhyeva Chapatitanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha.
Wow, all I'm going to say at Krishna Prabhu is wow, that was phenomenal. And you really do stick to what Gurudev told us, and in terms of timings and stuff like that. So that what you spoke in 10 minutes is just outstanding, and I'm just wow, mind blown by it. So thank you so much for sharing that with us. So we're just moving on to our final speaker, and it gives me again great honor to introduce our next speaker, who is a wonderful author, as Yashodananda Prabhu has explained before. But actually, as time's going on, I'm getting to know him a bit more. I'm understanding how sweet of a nature he is, he has, and how humble he is in the way he approaches someone. And I'm very fortunate to have him as a good brother, a really dear good brother of mine, and I pray that I continue to have that relationship with him. It is none other than our Shriman Sundar Gopal Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Are you able to hear me? I just want to do a quick sound check.
Yes, we can.
Well, first I want to offer my Dandavat Pranam to all of the Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis here today. It's been such a privilege to listen in on these beautiful Pushpanjalis to Srila Jiva Goswami Pad. Te Shri Guru Jnana Dadina Bandho Swananda Datta Karunaika Sindho Vrindavana Sina Hitavatara Prasidha Radha Pranaya Prachara. First, I offer my Dandavat Pranam to the lotus feet of my dear spiritual master, Nityalila Pravishtom Vishnupad, Sri Srimad Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj, and on to all the Vaishnavacharyas in our lineage, and today especially to Srila Jiva Goswami Pad. Today I thought I would say a few words about Bhaktivedanta, the term Bhaktivedanta, and how Srila Jiva Goswami is the architect of this Bhaktivedanta movement. We of course know two great Bhaktivedantas, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada, and Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj, both of whom traveled all around the world explaining the teachings of Bhaktivedanta. So it's very helpful to understand a little bit about, to appreciate Srila Jiva Goswami, to understand a little bit about the history of the Bhakti movement. In the 15th century, there was a Bhakti Renaissance. And this Sri Bhakti Devi was very excited by the upcoming advent of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And a wave of bhakti spread from South India, coming from the Alvars and the Sri Sampradaya throughout India, making its way to the north and east of India in the 15th century. And it led to the sants, poet saints of India. There are two schools of poet saints, the Nirguna sants and the Saguna sants. Both of these were in opposition to Advaita Vedanta of Shankaracharya, which was the dominant form of Vedanta, Vedantic understanding in the north of India particularly. So the Nirguna sants were still influenced by Advaita Vedanta to some extent. These are poets like Kabir, Guru Nanak, Ravidas, Dadu, and others. But now these poet saints, they didn't want to become God or believe that they are God, but rather they wanted to develop a relationship of love with God. They were also Saguna sants, poet saints who understood that the Supreme Lord has the most incredible spiritual qualities and form. And exemplars of the Saguna sants are Tulsidas, Surdas, Mirabai, Hitahari Vamsha. Now, because these Vaishnava poets were in opposition to Advaita Vedanta, many of them rejected Vedanta altogether. So you have, for example, the Radhavallabhi school of Hitahari Vamsha, which is contiguous with Srila Jiva Goswami in time, as well as in geography, in the area of Braj. Their position is known as Darshanika Matavad. So they don't subscribe to any general or particular philosophical standpoint. They believe that any philosophical framework is actually an obstacle to the emotions of bhakti. So their viewpoint is that the highest teaching is the Vani of their founder, Hitahari Vamsha, which they see as being an unmediated stream of devotion that's not refracted through any form of gyan, which they felt impedes bhakti. So at the time as this wave of bhakti was spreading throughout North and East India, the followers of Shankaracharya, including the Advaitin Dashanami sannyasis, they started converting to Vaishnavism. And they couldn't help but be overcome by this wave of devotion. So the Dashanami sannyasis are sannyasis that have 10 different names, like Bharati, Puri, Svarup, Tirtha, and so on. So Mahaprabhu was surrounded by Dashanami sannyasis. Sri Kavi Karnapur lists, for example, sannyasis who he says played with Lord Gaura Hari. We don't know very much about them, but Nishingananda Tirtha, Satyananda Bharati, Nishinga Tirtha, Chidananda Tirtha, Jagannath Tirtha, Vasudev Tirtha, and the list goes on. Of course, these were all staunch Vaishnavas, and they're described in the biographies of Mahaprabhu as staunch Vaishnavas, and yet by their sannyas, they have some connection to the Advaita school. And then if you look at the poetry of many of these Vaishnav sannyasis, they reject Vedanta. So in the Padyavali, there's a beautiful, well-known verse by Yadavendra Puri, not to be confused with Sri Madhavendra Puri. So Yadavendra Puri, he composed this verse, Rasang prashang santu kavitva nishta, brahmamritang veda shiro nivishta, vayang tugunja kalita vatang sangrihita vankshang kamapi shrayamaha. Let the skilled poets praise rasa. Let those who are engrossed in the Upanishads, let them praise the immortal bliss of Brahman. but we seek refuge in someone who wears gunja berries as earrings and who holds a flute to his blossoming lips. Even Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, once he was defeated by Mahaprabhu, and this is the preeminent scholar in India, or certainly one of the preeminent scholars in India within the Advaita lineage. When he was converted to Vaishnavism by Mahaprabhu, he stopped all of his deliberations on Vedanta. In the Padyavali, he says, Navayang kavayo natarkika, nacha Vedanta nitanta paragaha, nacha vadi nivarakaha param, kapata bhira kishora kinkaraha. We are no poets, no logicians. We have not crossed the vast ocean of Vedanta, and we definitely do not win debates. We are servants of a cheating coward boy. This verse is really quite amusing because Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya is the manifestation in this world of is said to be the manifestation in this world of the guru of the demigods, of the devatas. He never lost a debate except to Mahaprabhu, but he's hanging up his proverbial Vedanta boxing gloves and just focusing on, just completely absorbed in the mood of devotion to Sri Krishna. So I'll share one other verse, which is by Raghupati Udayaya, whose poetry Mahaprabhu especially loved. Kam prati kataitu mishe sampratiko va pratiti mayatu gopati tanaya kunje gopa vadhuti vitang brahma. Who can I tell? Who will believe me now? The pleasure seeker with the young gopi in the bushes on the Yamuna's bank is Brahman. So, of course, Srimad Bhagavatam is the key shastra for the Gaudiya Vaishnavas. And it's a Vedantic text that is filled with rasa. So Srimad Bhagavatam itself begins with a meditation on the supreme truth, Satyam Param, and describes him in clearly Vedantic terms, using Vedantic language. In fact, the words Janma Dasya Yataha, this is the second sutra of the Brahma Sutra. And other parts of the first verse of Srimad Bhagavatam, like Anvayadi Taratash, Trisargo Mrisha, Satyam Param, they have obvious Vedantic connotations. The last word in the first verse of Srimad Bhagavatam is Dhimahi, which suggests the Gayatri mantra from the Rig Veda. In fact, it's clear that that's intentional. Someone might think, oh, well, that's perhaps accidental, but it's clear that it's deliberate, because the classical form of the first person plural optative is actually dhyayena, not dhimahi. So by using dhimahi, it's deliberate. And at the end of the Bhagavad Gita, end of the Srimad Bhagavatam, you have dhimahi again in the 13th chapter of the 12th canto, which Srila Jiva Goswami explains signifies that the entire text is expounding on the Gayatri. So having made these connections in the first verse, the second verse of Srimad Bhagavatam then explains its own significance and superiority in the verse Dharma Projita Kaitavo. That verse asks the question rhetorically, what need is there for any other scripture? And then the third verse then takes a different turn. After placing itself firmly within the Vedantic tradition and establishing itself as the best transmitter of that tradition, the Srimad Bhagavatam then moves to a different concern, which is the tasting of rasa. Nigama kalpataror galitam palam. So the phrase Nigama kalpataror palam, the fruit of the Vedic desire tree, it connects this verse to the previous two verses. So not only does Srimad Bhagavatam possess the meaning of the Vedas and Vedanta, but it's the anticipated reward or fruit of the tradition. So Srila Jiva Goswami wrote the first commentary on the Brahma Sutra in our tradition. We often think of that as being the work of Srila Baladev Vidyabhushan Prabhu, but Srila Jiva Goswami wrote his Chatusutri Tika, which is contained in the Paramatma Sandarbha. Since the time of Shankaracharya, a commentary on the Brahma Sutra is the most direct and effective means of entrance into Vedantic discourse. Now, in the Vedanta tradition, you can write a commentary either on the whole Brahma Sutra, or you can write a commentary on the first 4 sutras. So just as the Bhagavad Gita has 4 verses that are that contain the entire text, and the Srimad Bhagavatam has 4 verses that encapsulates the whole Bhagavatam, so also the Brahma Sutra is contained, the entire text is contained in the first 4 sutras. And in the commentaries of the Acharyas, even the commentary of Shankaracharya, the commentaries on the first 4 sutras are the most lengthy. So that's, on Atato Brahma Jigyasa, Janma Dyasya Yataha, Shastrayo Nitvat, Tattu Samanvayat. So Srila Jiva Goswami explains how he correlates the first 4 sutras of the Brahma Sutra with different elements in the first verse of Srimad Bhagavatam, substantiating that with arguments and quotes from the Upanishads. He also correlates key Upanishadic passages with elements of the first verse of Srimad Bhagavatam. He correlates chapters, the 4 chapters of the Brahma Sutra, with the first verse. And he also identifies the characteristics of a Purana embedded in the first verse. Finally, he correlates the Gayatri Mantra and the first verse. So the Gayatri Mantra is the root text, Srila Jiva Goswami explains, and from which Srimad Bhagavatam arises and upon which it comments. So the Agni Purana explains the Gayatri Mantra word for word, and Srila Jiva Goswami correlates each word in the Gayatri Mantra with elements in the first verse of Srimad Bhagavatam. So in his Tattva Sandarbha, Srila Jiva Goswami has already explained that the Puranas are superior to the Upanishads. That is an inversion, an incredible inversion, because the Puranas explain the inner meaning of the Upanishads. And among the Puranas, the Srimad Bhagavatam is the spotless Purana and the best. So Srila Jiva Goswami extends the domain of the first verse of Srimad Bhagavatam to the entire range of Sanskrit literature, the Brahma Sutra, Upanishads, Gayatri, Puranas, Mahabharata, and finally the Vedas. And from there, he builds a theology of devotion that is completely imbued with rasa and creates the foundation of Gaudiya Vaishnavism and brings together bhakti and Vedanta, so that we have now within our tradition the term Bhakti Vedanta. I want to finish just with one verse from Sri Gopal Champu, because not only did Srila Jiva Goswami write philosophical treatises, and not only did he write many commentaries on the works of Srila Rupa Goswami and other texts, he also wrote grammars and on grammar and poetics, and he also produced incredible poetry of his own, Gopal Champu being a leading example of that. Champu is a combination of verse and prose poetry, and it's such a beautiful, captivating text. Srila Jiva Goswami writes, Nripo Nahari Sevita Vyayakriti Nahar Pyarpaka Kavir Nahari Varnakaha Shrita Guror Nahari Ashrita Guni Nahari Tatparaha Saraladhirna Krishna Shraya Sanavrajaramanuga Saridi Sapta Shalyani Me. He says that Nripo Nahari Sevita, a king who doesn't engage in seva of Sri Hari, is, so in this verse, Srila Jiva Goswami is explaining Sapta Shalyani, 7 spears that pierce his heart and cause him great pain. The first of those is a king who doesn't use his God-given position in the service of Sri Hari. Vyayakriti Nahariyarpaka, someone who, the second spear is someone who purchases or obtains something, but doesn't offer any of that to the Supreme Lord. So even a child, if a parent gives a child something like a sweet, a child may take some of that and give it back to the parent. But one who fails to do that and simply takes what belongs to the Supreme Lord for his own enjoyment, that's a spear in the heart of Srila Jiva Goswami. Kavir Nahari Varnakaha, someone who has the ability of producing poetry, speaking poetically, but doesn't use that to describe the most beautiful and most attractive Sri Krishna. Shrita Gurur Nahari Ashrita, someone who has accepted Diksha, but who fails to have, who has not taken shelter in his heart of Sri Guru. Kavir Nahari Varna Aguni Nahari Tatparaha, someone who has good qualities but doesn't engage them in the service of Sri Krishna, who is the reservoir of all good qualities and from whom all good qualities come. And Srila Dhir Na Krishnashraya, someone who Saraladhi, someone who has clear intelligence, but that clarity does not lead them to the lotus feet of Krishna. Then in the final line, Srila Jiva Goswami explains the final spear, the seventh spear that pierces his heart and causes him more pain than any other. That final spear is someone who offers everything to Krishna, who uses his or her ability to describe Krishna, who has good qualities and uses them for Krishna in the service of Krishna, who has taken shelter of Sri Guru, but who has not taken shelter of the gopis of Sri Vrindavan. Because the highest, someone who's reached that position where they've dedicated their heart and they're not able to take shelter of those gopis who are the pinnacle of devotion, that in itself causes the greatest pain to Srila Jiva Goswami. One last detail I wanted to share quickly with you. As some of you may know, I'm always interested in legal documents because of my background in law, and I have come across the last will and testament of Srila Raghunath Das Goswami, written in 1584, in which he bequeaths all of his possessions to Srila Jiva Goswami in the following words. And I'm reading a certain part of this here. Dictating the document to Kaviraj on my deathbed, I, the blind and lowly Raghunath Das, zealous for the service of Sri Radha Kund, do hereby place the whole of my property at the lotus feet of the deity worshipped by Jiva. In other words, to the Sri Radha Damodar temple. So the great acharyas in our line, headed by Srila Raghunath Das Goswami, made Srila Rupa Goswami the guardian and shelter of the Gaudiya Vaishnava community. And today, on this auspicious day of his appearance, I offer my Dandavat Pranam at his lotus feet and beg for his causeless mercy. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya evacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namo. Srila Jiva Goswami Pada ki jai, Srila Gurudev, Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Sundar, beautiful, beautiful Katha. Just a quick question for you. Maybe forgive me if I missed this. You were talking about how Jiva Goswami linked the first verse of the Bhagavatam to all other aspects of the Vedas in a very systematic way. Is that embodied within a particular treatise, a particular book? Is there a bona fide translation of it that we can get hold of?
It's all, yes, very, very excellent question, really important. It's in his commentary on the Vedanta Sutra, which is contained in the Paramatma Sandarbha. So his 6 Sandarbhas, one of them is known as the Paramatma Sandarbha. I don't know if there's an English translation that's good. I imagine that there must be at this stage. Perhaps ISKCON have produced one, but it would be contained there.
Do you mind putting that on the chat?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So I just want to say to Sundar Gopal Prabhu that do you know what? Every time I am on one of these calls, I'm just completely dumbstruck by the profound depths of what we have been given. And actually, I'm finding more and more this understanding that how fortunate I really am that Srila Gurudev took me under his wing. And thank you to all of the wonderful speakers that have been speaking and giving me in particular the opportunity to serve you all, because I know that if I serve the limbs of Srila Gurudev, then I am ultimately serving him. And so I just want to thank everyone for being a part of such a beautiful program. We will please forgive me for any offenses, and I pray at the lotus feet of Srila Gurudev and all the Vaishnavas that you will endow your mercy upon me and sprinkle your mercy upon me, that I become a sevak to my Srila Gurudev, and by doing that I will be able to become his darling daughter. So we're just going to end on a kirtan by Madhavat Prabhu. If I ask Madhavat Prabhu if you can do kirtan and finish off with Jaidwani, that would be the most wonderful. Thank you so much for everyone that's participated in this as well.
Krishna. Dandavats to all Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis. It's a great blessing for Sarveshri and myself to hear from so many. And yeah, it's really, really sweet to be part of such a beautiful Sangha. So I thought to finish with, we'd sing, or I guess I'd sing, because I don't know how anybody's going to follow, Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu, Doya Koromai. Because within this bhajan, Srila Narottam Das Thakur, he's praying to Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Nityananda Prabhu, to all the associates of Mahaprabhu, to 6 Goswamis, including Srila Jiva Goswami, and to Srila Prabhupada, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, and to Srila Gurudev. And so everything is, I felt this was appropriate, because Yashodhara Didi, she just said sing whatever you think, really. So, so I guess I'll just sing it through, right, Yashodhara? Just sing it through, don't wait for anybody to...
No, because we can't repeat. Does it over?
Been in some Zooms where they've tried to do call and response, and it becomes like...
Yeah.
Okay. So it's page, in this songbook, it's page 96. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Daya Koro More Toma Gina Kera Yalo Jagata Samsare Abhita Pavana Mosamapatita Prabhu Napaideya Haha Prabhu Nityananda Premananda Sukhi Kripavalokana Koro Ami Bododu Doya Koro Sitapati Advaita Gosa Tava Kripa Pare Hai Chaitanya Nita Swarup Sanatana Uparaguna Swarup Sanatana Uparaguna Pata Juga Shri Jiva Prabhu Lokona Srinivas Ramachandra Sangha Mage Narottamadas Daya Koro Prabhupada Shri Doita Vaishnavera Kripa Mage Yadamada Daya Koro Guru Patita Pavan Daya Koro Guru Patita Pavan Shri Charane Seva Mage Patita Jan Shri Krishna Chaitanya Daya Koro More Shri Krishna Chaitanya Daya Koro More Toma Vina Ke Dayalu Jagata Samsare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Everybody sing Hare Krishna 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 Hare
Hare
Hare Rama Hare Rama
Rama
Rama Rama Hare Hare Jai Sachidanand Jaya Gaura Hare Jaya Sachidanand Jaya Gaura Jaya Nityananda Ram Jaya Nityananda Ram Nityananda Ram Jaya Nityananda Ram Jaya Shri Jiva Goswami Jaya Shri Jiva Goswami Shri Jiva Goswami Jaya Shri Jiva Goswami Jaya Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva Guru Deva Jaya Guru Gaura Hari Bo Hari Bo Hari Bo Nitai Gaura Hari Bo Hari Bo Nitai Gaura Premanande Hari Jai Shishi Guru Gaura Gandharika Giridhari Shishi Radha Vinod Bihari Ju Jai Nitilila Pravishta Om Vishnupad Stotra Sata Shishimad Shri Bhakti Vedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj Shri Gurudev Ki Jai Jai Nitilila Pravishta Om Vishnupad Shri Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai Nitilila Om Vishnupad Shri Bhakti Vedanta Swami Maharaj Ki Jai Nitilila Pravishta Om Vishnupad Shri Bhakti Vedanta Swami Maharaj Shri Prabhupada Ki Jai Jai Om Vishnupad Shri Bhakti Rakshak Shri Radhe Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai Om Vishnupad Shri Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada Shodas Prabhupada Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur Ki Jai Vaishnava Sarvabhauma Shri Jagannath Das Babaji Maharaj Ki Jai Jai Guru Varga Ki Jai Jai Sanatana Bhatta Raghunath Shri Jiva Gopal Bhakta Raghunath Sadgoswami Prabhu Goswami Avibhav Mahamahotsava Ki Jai.
Jai.
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Shri Gaura Bhakta Jai.
Jai. Jai.
Mayapur Dham Ki Jai, Shri Bhajamandal Dham Ki Jai.
Jai.
Radha Kunda Yamuna Ganga Tulsi Bhakti Devi Ki Jai.
Jai.
Bhagavan Shri Vamana Dev Ki Jai. Bhagavan Shri Nrsimha Dev Ki Jai.
Jai.
Shri Harinama Sankirtan Ki Jai.
Jai.
Namanta Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai.
Jai.
Bhaktivedanta Madhav Maharaj Ki Jai, Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Bhagwan Maharaj Ki Jai, Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Tridanti Maharaj Ki Jai, Shri Srimad Nami Maharaj Ki Jai. If I forgot anybody, please excuse me. Ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai.
Ki Jai.
Vancha kalpadravisha kripa sindhu bevacha patdanam pavanebhyo vaishnavibhyo namo namo. Thank you, everyone. I will see you all tomorrow, hopefully. I'll send out the links later for tomorrow. It's tomorrow's program. We've got Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, and we've got some wonderful speakers, including Shripad Ashram Maharaji, and I think Shripad Bhagwat Maharaji is also speaking on that day. So we've got super exciting 2-day lineup still to go. So thank you so much for your time, your energy, and thank you for providing me with such great service. I'm very, very fortunate. Radhe, Radhe.
Radhe,
Radhe, Radhe.
Radhe, Radhe.
Jai Jiva Goswami Prabhu. Vaman Dev.
Swami Haribol.
Hari
Haribol. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Rama.
Radhe Radhe.
Jai Jai.